Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to my Beechcraft Starship flight around the world. In this case, we're going to be listening to the Apollo 13 audio, which I've been doing for a few flights now. We started off with the Apollo 11 audio. This flight started off on July 16th, and so it's taken a while, but yeah, we'll get it done. I'm pretty close. I'll be flying to Kansas City this time, and then next time we'll be heading to Cape Canaveral. Yes, bowling launch coverage. You are here before Sheebs. Very good. Glad to see you. And I haven't even started flying yet, so... Alright. We'll just take off. We'll just start on the runway, as I've been doing, because the startup procedure for the Starship is not that complicated. So, we are flying across the western United States this time. And we will be listening to the Apollo 13 audio. Well, I have to fast forward it a little bit. We will be getting the bit when they're on their way back, but not reaching yet. Reaching we'll do on the last flight. I forget if I had started this bit last time. Go to Benton Airport where? Little Rock, Arkansas? Oh, okay. That'll be next time. Yeah, I guess I could. That's possible. You had asked earlier, I remember. Great, I hit a patch of static out of all things.
This is Apollo Control at 96 hours, 15 minutes ground elapsed time. Some white sacks with sandwiches being brought into the room by young...
I don't know why it's not starting the flight. Is Portland that busy?
Back to mid-course correction in the trans-Earth coast phase here in Apollo 13.
Is this a Sim Update 3 side effect?
Descent propulsion system maneuver at about 105 hours, 30 minutes ground elapsed time.
Hello Sheebs, how's it going?
6 feet per second.
I'm waiting for the flight to actually get to Portland so we can start.
Apollo 8 back in December 1968 did a similar burn at about a similar time.
It's taking a while.
However, it was a command module or service module RCS burn of 4.8 seconds.
Oh, but it's going.
4.8 feet per second at
BB landers are easier to design than you anticipated. Well, as long as you can get them there.
Timed to the estimated time
Or,
frame which
well,
the
it zoomed in a little bit, okay.
Supercritical helium burst disk is supposed to let go. It's not anticipated that this burst disk,
that's
depending
where
on
I saw a little
will cause
bird.
any perturbations to the trajectory, and that the vent outlet has a T on it and thereby cancels out any propulsion. It's called a non-propulsive vent.
Okay, disk.
Having the burn and the burst disk take place in the same time frame will allow the
Exhausted? Why are you
tracking after
exhausted?
these events to provide a good handle on spacecraft trajectory for
Nav source.
refining the entry corridor and calculations toward entry.
We're going to Kansas
There's,
City.
Quite a bit of
There's a song about that.
propulsion available out of the spacecraft, some 28 feet per second still available with a vehicle that weighs in the neighborhood of 87,000 pounds with the small RCS thrusters on the lunar module. 28 feet per second available out of that system.
Okay, and I need
Still
to
a
check
great
the
deal
fuel.
of propulsion available in the descent propulsion system, and one is yet untapped system. That's the ascent propulsion engine in the upper stage of the lunar module, which likely won't even be used at all.
Yep, that's the
Rather
goal.
quiet now on the air-ground circuit.
Yeah, then one
Taking
last
a
flight to
launch
Cape
break
Canaveral.
here in mission control.
Okay, well, let me just set the stuff for the
Sandwiches were brought
autopilot and
in,
then
as
we'll go.
mentioned earlier, and most of the people are taking this opportunity to have a mid-afternoon snack at 96 hours 18 minutes. And standing by, this is Apollo Control.
Okay, off we go. Well, it'll be the same stream, I think. And hopefully it'll be tomorrow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, since the sim update, we've been getting some weird... Do you see that jerk right there? That is not supposed to happen. I had one yesterday as well that killed the plane. Yeah, it happened yesterday in the cloud. And then the plane overstressed. Don't know what's gone on. Maybe they'll have some update.
To explain to everybody what I think this is about.
Must be.
Somebody can go start drinking coffee.
The plane is a little bit less... I mean, it only happened once, and it was early on.
Obviously, I couldn't handle that many, so I decided everybody that was interested in
Let's see Portland for a sec.
Together at once, and
Where are the buildings
I
here?
try to talk to them, and that's all this is all about. I have absolutely
That's
no
Mount Hood, I think.
briefing as such to make, and no statements to make. I'm just available for questions. So, if anybody
That's Deke Slayton.
didn't understand it that way, well, I apologize, and you're free to do anything, obviously. Roy?
Yeah, Deke, at this stage of the game, we always start thinking about post-recovery plans. And I wonder if you could give us any kind of a fix on, assuming everything goes well.
Okay,
you have a
that's the
recovery
second
tomorrow.
time it did
What are
it.
the plans for the crew?
Yeah, I just happen to have a draft here in my
It dropped further
vest
than
pocket, which we
expected.
haven't printed yet, but the last thing I got from the recovery
Before
guys was
Portland,
at 8 o'clock
I was at
Sunday morning.
Prince Rupert
Now,
in
the time
British
before
Columbia.
that, well, I'm not too clear on, but rough numbers, keep my carrier overnight, tomorrow night, go on into Samoa, pick up a C-140 from there, and then non-stop into Ellington. And those exact times I don't have. But they end up at Ellington at about 8 o'clock on Sunday. We would
Well,
then
that
start
plunge right
debriefing,
there was not
Sunday
planned.
afternoon, technical debrief, and all day Monday. I have a program project debrief on Tuesday.
I need
on Tuesday,
something to fix
Wednesday,
the bridges here at
and
Portland.
I'll give you
I'm pretty sure I had a
all that
mod
detail on it.
in Flight Sim 2020, but I guess I don't have
We
one
would be
here.
interested in it, and
Those are crappy
most
bridges.
Most of the news people in this room would be interested in. When would we?
Well, once I turn on the autopilot, it'll be fine.
Okay, let me follow on through then with the rest of this since we're on the subject. Thursday the 23rd, then we would program a photo debrief, whatever science we got,
Okay,
which
well.
obviously isn't much in this case. That morning, medical debrief.
We will
in the
just
afternoon.
proceed.
And, then
That was not
working on a
planned.
Pilot report, same on Friday and Saturday, give them Sunday off. Monday and Tuesday we program systems debriefing, detailed systems debrief with the experts. In
Okay,
this
it's
case,
not-
Of course, we anticipate that this is going to be a fairly
It's not doing what I want it to
process,
do.
considering
Yeah, you missed the Space Needle.
last mission
That's
was
Seattle.
cleaned about 1
We
day
passed that.
after So, as a preliminary, that looks to me like we come out with a press conference on about the 29th, Wednesday the 29th.
Would you think in terms of an earlier news conference than that, just perhaps a short one?
There has been
Maybe
some
longer
discussion of that, but I think that again is a decision to be made by Dr. Payne and Bob Gilruth. If somebody decides if it's desirable to put one in there someplace before that, I'm sure it'll happen, but this is the only plan that I can draw up at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, there are dips. Planes do have these dips, but this plane in particular is supposed to be resistant to that because of the canard.
Tuesday night, Monday night
So,
in the simulator. Gene Cernan and Joe Engel spent the night. What did they do? What kind of problems were they looking at?
Looks like we'll be passing by Mount
How long
Hood.
were they in there? That sort of thing.
No, we've had people in the simulator all night and all
I
day,
passed
every
by
night, trying to
Seattle
figure out
last
exactly
time.
What happened Monday night at this point.
Landed at
It's got a difficult
Portland.
for me to backtrack. We're in running right now and have been part of the night on the entry part of the stuff. Essentially what we've been doing in the simulators is looking at what our next milestone is, the things we don't have a good detailed checklist on, and trying to work out the details in the simulator and feed it on up to the crew. I think the things we were working on Monday night, we were concerned about PTC using the LEM instead of the command module, which we hadn't done before, and worked that out in the simulator. Of course, we worked out the AGS PTC thing that we've been doing here the last day on the simulator. We worked out the AGS dip stock burn on the simulator, the one that we made last night. There again, we have
Well,
contingency procedures.
before I
for
forget,
dip
let me
burn,
see if I
but
can
we tend to
find
do those with the pings nominal instead of the AGS. So it's these kinds of things.
those
things
Portland
that we've had
bridges.
to, vary due to the particular situation that we're in. That we tried to work the details out.
Yeah, it's one of those volcanic mountains. It's sort of like Mount Fuji, like that. Mount Rainier is also sort of like that. You can sort of see them over there. You can see Mount Rainier and Mount Shasta, the one closer to us.
And secondly, is there anything in particular?
So that's Mount Rainier in the background, and then Mount Shasta, not Mount Shasta, Mount St. Helens, Mount St. Helens.
Handling of this emergency.
And then that is that other mountain in
Well,
Washington,
as far as the,
Mount
the
Adams.
conditions, nothing unusual about them.
So yeah, all these volcanic mountains. Mount Shasta's over at that, and I don't know if that's it or not, but pretty much, you know, there's just this row of volcanic mountains.
Of course, with the command module power down, darker than we used to, but that's no big problem. I think in terms of crew comfort, we don't have any problems. We're in good shape. Enough food and water and so forth. And I guess if you want my opinion on how they handled the situation when it happened, they handled it exactly like we'd expect them to.
Okay, Portland bridges, where might you be?
Anybody could be. We knew it didn't very much, I have to admit. But I think they did everything right within the knowledge that was available to us. And,
Well,
the time was back.
apparently typing
But,
Portland does not bring them up.
they did a good
California.
job of it.
Deke, how is Ken Manningly's health now? Any signs of rebound?
Well, just talking to him before I walked over here, I don't know, seen any spot on him.
consumable status, have some
Seems to be
questions
feeling
about
reasonably well.
O2 usage rate. I'm happy to answer.
It's like we've had reports of haggard astronauts spinning wildly off course. How haggard are they and how wildly were they off course?
Okay, I told you a little bit earlier that
That doesn't mean a thing to me. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't mean to be smart. I really don't know.
Are they
I don't know either.
Are they haggard?
Yeah.
I see that 0.25.
I don't think so. They haven't had as much sleep as we'd like to have them have, but nobody else has either. And I think if you get 4 hours here and there, why you're in pretty good shape. I think they're rested enough to do a reasonably good job. The spinning off course, and I frankly don't understand that.
We're still basing it on the
Well, you talk about area rather
Were they
than
more off
population,
course
but
than, is normal for a ship returning from the moon?
Off course?
Yes, in other words, I needed a course correction to get back on the corridor.
No, we made a midcourse last night, which is normal. We have-
Normal, was it an abnormal correction?
No, totally not. I guess that's what's confusing me here. There's been nothing abnormal about the trajectory at any time. We were on a hybrid trajectory at the time the incident happened. We burned back onto a pre-return, and then we made the burn on the loop around PC plus 2 to get us on a faster return. We expected we'd have to make a mid-course on that burn, which is the one we made last night. And you're a little bit out of the quarter until you make that burn, but that burn is insensitive as hell. You can make it about any time and in almost any direction, as long as you're pointing approximately. So, as far as trajectory, we haven't been concerned about that at all at any time and still aren't. We may make another mid-course somewhere around 5 hours, someplace in there. It could come out a couple feet per second. Whether we make it or not, that's
Colorado is prettier. Yeah.
It just tunes things up a little bit.
Well, you
How
know,
would you evaluate,
but Colorado's sort of
the
boring.
value
It's
of
all
Jim
mountainous,
Lovell's
and then
previous
Denver's like this
experience in
sprawling
space and
thing.
Coping with the emergency, and does it raise
All
any
mountainous
thoughts in
on the
your mind
west
about
side,
the
and then it's
possibility of
just
having an
boring on the
experienced
east side.
man in the crew in future flights?
Well, that's a tough thing to put a handle on. I guess you aren't experienced in anything until it happens to you. This particular thing hadn't happened to any of us, so he wasn't any more experienced in this particular thing than anybody else.
No, we're a long ways
on the
off
other
from
hand, I'm sure
Colorado.
The fact that he's been there before, it's bound to have some benefit. Try to put a number on it, frankly, I can't. But I think we've always felt that we can start in with anybody and train them up to the condition where they can fly a very good mission, and the experience factor isn't all that great. Because if we really didn't have that capability, we wouldn't have flown to begin with anyway. You just have to assume that you can train people to do anything that's required of them on the ground when you're in the space business.
Say you're not concerned about the trajectory. What is your chief concern
Yeah,
now
Mount
in the next
Hood.
24 hours?
What did they what?
What is your chief concern in the next 24 hours? You say you're not concerned about the trajectory. This is going well. What are the chief concern in the next 24 hours?
The main concerns?
Yeah, what is your chief concern, yes, in the next 24 hours?
Oh, I think I don't have any great concern. We've got some work to do, lots of it, and it's primarily concerned with the entry. We've got an unusual combination of things here. Number one,
I'm
we
getting
have
my
nothing
flight
in the
plan
service
into
module,
Volanta,
we
which
normally
is
have to
one way to
provide
keep your
sustenance to the
logbook.
command module. Normally, you keep the service module on, which provides you power and oxygen up until somewhere around 30 to 40 minutes ahead of the entry. We haven't got that. So, and we do have the service module.
The
on, and
game's
it's given
logbook
us
is a little
some
bit
thermal
iffy.
protection. So we're caught here in one situation of wanting
Mount
to get
Hood
rid of the
Wilderness.
service module reasonably early. On the other
We're not
hand,
bye-bye Mount Hood
we've got to
yet.
make sure we don't get rid of it too early and give us some
There's
service
all
out of it.
Oregon. It'll be Oregon for a while.
Secondly, we want to keep the LEM as long as possible because this
Then
is
it's
where we are
Idaho.
getting the things we normally get from the service module. At least the limited
And
extent.
then it's
So trying to work out
Wyoming.
this timeline from both ends gets to be a
And
little bit tricky, and we've got to put
maybe
in
we
one
clip a
that's
bit
gonna
of
be
Colorado,
last
but
night.
mostly it's
We're
Nebraska and
estimating
Kansas
this morning.
after
We hope to
that.
have it in pretty good shape by noon today. We may have to do a little more work this afternoon.
Do you expect any problems, in fact, in the jettisoning of either the LM or the service module?
No.
No.
But,
No, I expect it to go all perfectly.
Questions. Presumably, with your responsibilities for Apollo 14 training, you're already wondering.
Oh, we lost the
what
video
can be
there.
done about that, whether to delay it or not. And a more personal thing,
Mason?
can you tell us if Ken Mattingly is now feeling more friendly disposed towards Chuck Berry?
Well, it's a thing.
Well, as far as 14 is concerned, we're pressing on as usual. We've been using the 14 crew to work out some.
I haven't actually read Cosmos. I saw the documentary.
As far as Ken Mattingly's interface with Chuck Berry, I'd prefer you talk to them about it. I don't think we've got any problem there
Just
on the part
over.
of either one, however.
Deke, have you figured out yet what you think happened within the service module? What effect it might have, and can you follow that through in terms of the sequence?
Oh,
of
you're reading
events
it
as
now?
you begin to
All right.
peel off the lens of the service module?
Well,
Prepare
if
for
you haven't
entry.
seen the documentary, you
Our
should
preliminary
watch
plan
that
right
too.
now is to dump the service module around 4.5 hours, and to dump the LEM at about 1 hour. Make it clear these are preliminary at this point because we've got a lot of work to do yet. We would like to back the service module jet out farther if we can reasonably, and we'd like to hang on to the LEM as long as possible. And so what these times turn
Hello,
out to be is gonna be
Atlantis.
a function of how well our timeline integrates.
How will you achieve separation in this case from the service module and from the LEM?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, with the LEM attached in the service module, we can just put a little delta V in with the LEM and separate the service module. That's no problem there. And of course, separating the LEM, we got the pop gun effect, the delta T in the tunnel, and as soon as you pop the ring, why, you're going to get a separation of something like 2.5 to 3 feet.
And finally, have you
No,
figured out just
Mr.
what you
Beast did
think
not give me $1
happened
million.
down there in the service module?
Yes. Now,
No,
bye-bye,
I sure
Mount
don't
Hood.
have any wisdom on that subject at all. There's all kinds of speculation, but I don't think anybody knows the facts, and we probably aren't going to for a while. We hope to get some pictures that might help give it a little enlightenment to the subject, but there again, we can't plan too heavily on that either. We'll do the best we can with it.
That knowledge would affect your planning for future missions, wouldn't it?
Oh, it definitely.
You'll have to do systems analysis, pin it down.
No, I don't think there's any question. We have to understand this before we can probably
Sorry.
go too much farther.
Lost the video there.
It's a kind of a failure that can give you a pretty bad day if you don't have the limb around.
Has there been or is there likely to be any more discussion about the members of the astronauts' families possibly talking with the astronauts before reentry?
I don't see any particular reason for them to do that. I doubt if we're frankly going to have time, and I'm not sure they even want to. But if they've expressed an interest in doing it,
you said you're not sure they want to?
I don't think it's even been discussed with them. At least I haven't discussed it with them.
Duck Payne has.
I'm gonna stream it probably on
Dr.
Twitch.
Payne has he not?
I don't know.
Let me just double check the weather's live.
On this,
Okay.
Do you have it? Any
Just
idea how many
suspiciously
people
no
in
clouds,
and,
but I guess that's
out of
how it
NASA,
is.
that would be NASA and industry personnel worked out the solutions to the problems that Apollo 13 encountered in flight, and also casting back over all that's happened since Monday. If you had 3 decisions to pick out that you think were the key ones, what would they be?
Well,
No, I've never seen the launch from Vandenberg.
You're right. There's an awful lot of people been working the problem. We've had here, and of course, the whole contractor support base, Grumman, North American, MIT, Ham Standard, everybody that's had
Terrain quality?
have had their people working the problem. So I'd expect, in terms of the numbers, you could say it's about the whole government industry team that's been working Apollo as a steady state process. I don't know what that.
I don't know why I should. I mean, Vandenberg is sort of
Hundreds of
special.
thousands.
Oh, it's thousands. If you want me to pick one, I guess it's somewhere between 50 and 100,000. I suppose it's awful hard to put a handle on that. You've got to go way down through the primes alone, I guess.
That's still the Columbia River to our left, by the way.
I'm making a wild guess here. If you want a number, I think we ought to have our PAO people. Howard Gibbons can probably get you a number. I'm not a statistician when it comes to those things. Let's see, your second question was, what was the most critical decision point?
Storing the cryotanks.
Oh, that's a tough one to answer. It's kind of like we say when we talk about a mission, once we take off the landing.
Alice 552? Okay.
It's kind of been about that. Well, I don't think any decision was really very tough because we didn't have a whole lot of alternatives. Probably the one you'd prefer not to have to make was to essentially crank up the LEM and use that as your prime mode of operation. But that wasn't a very tough decision because we didn't have any choice. So that's kind of been the way, you know, you've got a certain number of options, but not too many. None of them turn out to be too tough a decision. It's a process of technically figuring out the best way to do something you know you have to do anyway. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Yes, I know the 552 configuration.
Protection
Bowling.
that you have kept the service module for this.
A little bit puzzled what you're using it for.
Protection it gives, how this works.
Well, the heat shield on the command module.
I don't know any
the
doctor
main heat shield,
respect.
Of course, was not designed to operate in free space for extended periods of time. It's designed for re-entering the Earth. And there was some concern if you jettison the service module real early that you'd cold soak that heat shield and possibly get debonding or some other problems. It's just an area that hadn't been looked at in great detail. We understand how it works with the service module on, so for that reason we preferred to keep it.
Oh,
But the other thing we've
that
got is
seems like it'd be very crowded on the Centaur stage.
on the service module, which are usable. If for some reason you had to use them, you can take in a real extreme case. I guess I gather there's been some hand-wringing about that Midcourse last night. Well, man,
Also,
we start in,
that
we
would
had to
only
dip,
shorten the
okay,
burn
that's
time
good.
to like 3 minutes, and why would you
Work,
want
we got
that? I don't
RCS
know.
on the LEM. If that doesn't work, we still had the quads on the service module. And if that didn't work, we'd have probably gone to the big engine, you know. whether we thought it was going to work or not. If we thought it was important, but before we got to that point, I suspect we'd have taken what we had and come in and entered. It wasn't that big a deal. So that's kind of the factors that entered into it.
Has any decision been made about the second burn? And if that doesn't take place, what difference in terms of distance would it make to the splashdown point?
If we do not make another correction,
Yeah.
I don't think we know that yet. We still got to do some more tracking.
Would it just be a marginal distance, or would it be considerable?
No, I don't think there's any question we're in a
Yeah,
return
I just don't
trajectory
know
right now.
what
It's gonna be
the
entirely safe.
point of
It's
having
gonna be
4
probably
on the
one
same
supposed to
Centaur
land
stage
anyway.
would be.
But
4
they
on
probably
the
wanna
bigger
tweak it
Centaur
up.
stage would be a different
I don't
thing.
think we're just going to know that until we spend a lot more time tracking, but it'll be a very small correction if it's any.
Deke, how much concern, if any, do you have for those chunks of debris, things like a 4-inch piece of metal that floated by the window, as it pertains to entry?
I don't think that kind of stuff's going to bother us much because that's all going to be behind us when we get. In fact, the things like that.
Swear the lights don't do much anyway.
Burned last night.
But it
That
is
would've given us
daytime,
enough
so
ability to separate from whatever might have been
I don't
floating around
know
up to that point. Now, if you assume that some
if they'd
other
help
things
that
are gonna
much.
bust loose someplace in the interim, I think we're not really very concerned about that.
Could you give us an idea of the temperatures inside the command module and the LEM? We've gotten some reports that the astronauts had
So,
experienced
about
some
4
very cold
hours.
temperatures. And could you give us a range of the temperatures inside these modules, and perhaps of the latest reading?
I didn't come over here with all the numbers on the latest status of the spacecraft. Glenn, Lenny, and Milt Windler have those. I'll give you my best guess on what I remember on it, and I think the command module was 52, the last data point I had. The exact LEM temperature, I don't have a number on, but it's comfortable.
That seems cold to me.
Deke, from LEM separation on down to interface, do you expect this reentry will be quite nominal all the way?
Yes.
There are no special plans being made for that particular area of the flight?
Now, we intend to bring up the pings in the platform and make a normal reentry.
Thank you.
Now, if we, for some reason or another, don't get a good alignment or something, we can always come in on EMS anyway. We think we've got about a 25-mile capability just on EMS alone, so we're really not too concerned about it. But we'd like to have everything going for us we can, obviously, and try to make a good normal entry.
Yeah, unrelated point there. When you have the pop gun effect to separate the LEM from the command module, and you say the separation is just a matter of feet, how do you keep that tail of the kite from crashing into your command module on the way down? Is there anything that you've worked out on that, or is that not a concern?
By feet, I was talking feet per second. So if you've got for example, a 2 foot per second separation, you're separating 120 feet every minute.
So you don't see any hazard from this thing being that close?
No.
You just mentioned that when the DPS wouldn't have worked, you would have tried the APS, and if that wouldn't have worked, you have to try the reaction control system of this surface module. Wouldn't you turn that around and first try the reaction control system before using the APS, because you would have to lose the descent stage then of the LM?
Oh, that's all speculation. The only reason I went through that sequence is
thankfully we didn't have to find all that
an
out.
ace in the hole way down the stack if
I'm
you
listening
had
to
which is
the
very,
questions,
very
of course.
improbable. If you got to the point where you had, then we'd have got around to worrying about how you were going to do it, and you had all kinds of time to worry about that. So I don't want to mislead you on that section.
No, I understand that, but it's just that
Long time ago, I had the Nico rockets, which were
contains all the consumables.
the first number was the first stage engines, the second number was the second stage engines, and the third number was the third stage engines.
Probably.
And they were the same engines as the N1
I
rocket.
didn't mean to outline a program plan here for that operation.
So technically, the N1 rocket would be 38.
Is there any concern that the
wait,
heat shield might have been damaged
38.4.
by whatever happened in the
So
service
yeah,
module?
that would be right.
No, don't think so.
I came in late. You may have gone into this earlier, but have you made any revised plans?
That was a long, long time
No
ago.
quarantine for what happens after splashdown.
Back in
where they're going to
RP0
go
days.
After getting on the ship and when they get back here and so forth.
Yeah, I went to that briefly earlier, but the plan is just to stay on the ship overnight and go on into Samoa by chopper, catch a C-140 and straight on back to here. And of course, no quarantine. Just one good thing came out of this flight anyway.
Deke, would you
They don't have to go into quarantine because they never actually set foot on the moon.
Separation relative to Earth.
So.
It's a time we separate
the LEM and the service module.
I don't think we've got that totally worked out yet either, Harv, but we're talking about it.
They have lapses in the video recording, apparently.
The exact attitude, we haven't really got that in our plan yet.
How do you see the water situation?
I think we're fat. We've got 162 hours, the last count I had, and that doesn't count our 20-pound contingency, so I don't think we have any concern at all about water at this point.
Has a decision been made about wearing the spacesuits during re-entry period?
No, it hasn't. We're still vacillating around on that one. There's some advantages to it. There's a lot of disadvantages. We've got to do some more stirring around on that subject.
Mattingly wasn't seen around the control room last night during the burn.
No, I don't think it was particularly enjoyable for them, no.
He was not seen.
Oh, he was not seen. Okay. He's probably overworking on these procedures that we're simulating this morning.
What do you see as the most difficult steps on the separations preceding re-entry?
There's nothing really very difficult about any one of the procedures by themselves. They're all straightforward, and we know how to...
I think you meant Jim.
They're not difficult, but relatively difficult.
Well,
yes,
no,
Jim Lovell. Yes, well, that's why we started listening to the Apollo 13 audio, because Jim Lovell passed away.
The problem is one of integrating all of these procedures into a reasonable timeline where everything fits. Gives the crew adequate time to do everything we have to do. It's not any one procedure by itself that is all that difficult. They're all fairly simple and straightforward. We know how to do them. It's just the problem of trying to keep the LEM as long as possible. If we have to make a mid-course correction, of course, that, again, adds a little more into the timeline. The fact that we've got to be playing games with the power between the LEM and the CSM. These are the kinds of things that, it's not the procedures, it's the time it takes to do them and trying to fit them into a limited time span here.
An S4B tracking picture taken Monday night showed what appeared like an explosion in the vicinity of the Apollo. Does it have any bearing of your study of what happened?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? Either my ears are bad or that mic is. I'm sure not getting these questions.
S4B tracking people have taken a picture which showed what appeared to be a bright and increasing spot in the vicinity where the CSM was supposed to be at the time, and there was some speculation that it might have indicated an explosion on the SM.
On the S4B?
They were tracking the S4B, and suddenly in the same vicinity there appeared this bright spot.
I see. I hadn't heard about that. I frankly don't know anything about it.
Dick, I think that he is referring here to a photograph that was made here which shows a cloud around what our people think was the spacecraft in S4B. They speculate it might have been the venting of, at the time the accident occurred, of the oxygen. That's what he's referring to.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with that.
We have information on that over at the news center. Come over after this is over with.
Slayton, nothing seems to be difficult. Nothing seems to be of concern. Do you feel the situation has been over-dramatized from the moment of this fuel cell?
British pointed question.
I guess I haven't been paying much attention to people's interpretation of what's happening. So
how do you chat? I don't know.
I would not underestimate our concern. We were damn concerned Monday night, no question about it. But we've got things well under control. I have had now since the middle of the morning on Tuesday when things stabilized. And I don't think...
Tell me if I...
Sure, we'd like to get that thing back because if things keep going the way they are, we're in beautiful shape and have been. But you can't discount the fact that something else might crap out on you before you get home, you know? So... no, I wouldn't want to minimize the fact we were concerned. On the other hand, I'd also like to make it clear that as long as things kept going the way they were, once we got a handle on the incident, we weren't concerned about getting the crew home safe.
Is there any discussion about whether the command module hatch will fit okay into the tunnel, having been open this long and so forth? Is this part of
Does he have to turn a lamp on to do that?
Re-entry thoughts and so
no
forth?
power required, right?
We may make a fit check on the thing if we have time, but we're not really very concerned about that. That hatch has been very reliable, it's simple to install, and we think it's very low probability that thing won't work as designed.
Deke, again, you may have gone into this before I got here, but what is your latest report on the weather? And is there any possibility that the craft may be knocked off course to hit this tropical storm that's running around out there?
The last report I had on the weather, there was no sweat. It's better than it's been, and it wasn't ever very bad. They've had airplanes flying through the area and haven't been able to find the so-called storm.
Add again?
And right now, it's...
I don't know. Hold on. Let me try and deal with that situation. The video will go away for a sec.
Transmit a new checklist once you do work out these rather complicated...
I don't know how you get ads so quickly, though.
This will be kind of the first
Should only be one
add
every
such a
half an
checklist,
hour
and
at most.
Everybody will be kind of, except for the Sims, will be doing it for the first time. And
Sheebs, do you get ads that quickly?
when the first of these
Bowling
procedures
seems to
would
get ads every
start
5
in,
seconds.
Central Standard Time, or whatever time you want to name, and when they would end.
No, we're running. We want to run those things end to end on the simulator. We started that first thing this morning, and
You've
we're
never
running
gotten
right
an
now.
ad. Well,
And,
that
we
might
wanna
be
go through
suspicious
that
all on its
whole
own,
thing
but anyway.
From one end to the other. I'm sure we'll run into some things that we don't like and we want to change.
Well, I've
when
tried
we
to
run
tell
those,
it to
so
stop. That doesn't do me any
cannot
favors, but...
extrapolate an exact time when we would be able to read those up. But obviously, the sooner the better within reason. If we get them up to them this evening, why, we're in good shape. And I'm sure the crews up there are stirring around on their own, looking at a few things too.
That about it?
Any other questions?
I think that's about it.
Good, thank you.
There you go, Deke Slayton. There is an ad phobia. That's... I have a fear of trying to pronounce that. What do you call the fear of trying to pronounce adphobia?
Go ahead. Our latest O2 usage rate is 0.22. Okay, good. Okay, it's come down just like you thought then, huh? That's right. Thank you.
Oh, there should be another chunk of video.
Point forward sustained, but not so.
And then I'll skip to where there's more stuff like that.
That's affirmative. Thank you.
Now, you just made that up. Obviously. Well, Pekka could snap one of those together in a GIF in German. You wish? What do you mean you wish? So Oregon is sort of like this. This is what Oregon is like here. Fear of long words? No, it was pronunciation. fear of the pronunciation of long words, maybe.
Go ahead.
Well, it's more fun back there. With we can't even see Mount Hood anymore. Oh, maybe it's over there.
Based on calculations. Secondly, the potable water tank is probably about empty, assuming nominal crew usage.
Well, I don't know. That Monstro
Well, we can't drink
bit
that, but
is
17 pounds in the way.
suspicious. The hippopotamo. Hippopotamo. No, I don't believe any of it.
This is Apollo Control at 96 hours, 53 minutes, round elapsed time.
I started bidding a while ago. Well, like I say, this is calculation and this is ballpark.
Spacecraft communicator Vance Brand has relieved Joe Kerwin at that post.
Potable tank is gone.
The spacecraft communicators are on a different shift schedule than the rest of the flight controllers. To go back again once over lightly with the mid-course correction.
I don't think that phobia is legit.
Repeat, the current thinking is to do a mid-course correction burn.
Doesn't seem like proper Latin to me.
30 minutes, round elapsed time. Descent propulsion system of the lunar module would do the burn. The velocity
I'd have more faith in the German version.
7.6 feet per second. This burn would place the Apollo
Oh,
13
really?
spacecraft
You think
back
it's
on
English?
the,
That's cute.
entry corridor, or entry in the South Central Pacific.
It's more like an inside joke, yeah. What's this English you're talking about?
Another aspect of timing the maneuver at 105.30 instead of the earlier discussed 104 hours is that it's expected that supercritical helium burst disk in the lunar module descent stage is likely to let go at about this time frame, 105.30. And by doing the
You look in the dictionary.
and having the burst disk
Check where the word comes from.
at this time.
Where does the word phobia come from?
Both of these events close together so that you wouldn't be expecting the burst disk to go, which in turn may or may not affect the trajectory as far as tracking is concerned. So this would get them both behind, and an accurate tracking state vector of the spacecraft could be measured. It's expected that the new thinking on the mid-course correction will be passed up to the crew before too long. Mid-course correction burn made earlier at 79 hours and 28 minutes transferred Apollo 13 from a hybrid non-free return trajectory to a free return trajectory.
Well, yeah.
The next maneuver at Paracynthian plus 2 hours transferred back from one.
The nice engines all have really boring plumes, really.
With a change in the landing point and landing time.
The less efficient it is, the more exciting the plume is.
We're continuing to stand by.
Yeah, like the F1.
Velocity now showing 4,068
Performance, not so much.
feet per second as Apollo 13 continues to accelerate now that it's back into the Earth's sphere of influence. Some 172,937 miles out from Earth.
I don't know what you mean, Bowling.
96 hours, 57 minutes ground elapsed.
You haven't been making a whole lot of sense for a bit. Yeah, where is that from? Bowling? There is no The English Dictionary. That doesn't exist. Anyway, what we have here is that it is unlikely that this 15-syllable contrivance is ever used purely for its meaning. The term sesquipedalophobia is recognized in formal writing. So only the last bit is the actual word. The rest of it is just for fun. The hippopotamomonstra part is not real. It's just a joke. It's the part that starts with the SES. That part is the part that actually gets used. That is the fear of long words part. The rest of it is just a joke. You can sort of tell that hippopotamomonstra is in fact English and therefore not correct. The rest of it is not so obviously English, and that's why it's correct. Phobia itself is, of course, from Latin. Now, let me jump to the next bit of audio. Yep, still Oregon, though approaching the border with Idaho.
Okay, understand you saw a pump in the descent stage and a few snowflakes. We'll take a look down here, see what you see.
It's hard to tell the borders of different national forests, but there's a Wallowa-Whitman National Forest and Eagle Cap Wilderness around here. At the border between Oregon and Idaho, there's a Hells Canyon National recreation area, because you really want to spend your recreation time at Hell's Canyon. Well, I'm sure it's much more lovely than the name implies, but...
Fred, we don't see anything wrong. For example, your sheet tank appears to be okay as far as we can see. The thing we don't have data on is the start tank.
Yes.
Down there.
The opposite of Venus. The river that forms Hell Canyon is the Snake River.
Well, we have you on the horn. Roger, still good. Okay, while you're on the horn, advise...
I think that might be it up ahead, if you can maybe... Makes sense. You can sort of see a canyon up ahead, right?
Start to have hydrogen tank venting in the CSM.
Between the two rows of mountains there.
Next time Jack looks through the sextant and telescope,
We'll see.
We'd like to see how it looks. Do you have anything on the optics, any specs or anything?
I mean, I imagine for early pioneers that would be quite hellish to try and cross. So maybe that's why it has its name. About 3 hours to our destination. I won't turn just yet, but we should turn back to our course. Just to see the canyon, it's a little bit easier to see the canyon if we're further north.
They might drink at the lamp. You understand what I'm saying? Roger, understand. Or is there any other place they can drink at it? How about the Plymouth water? That's the first thing that comes to mind, Mike. Why don't you see what you can do? Talk to the surgeon, see what you can do to work up some water. The Plymouth water looks like that would be difficult to transfer into the ECS. If you get it out to drink, we're a little bit ahead. Roger, it says it is drinkable, but it's going to taste awful funny.
It's got to taste awful funny. It's drinkable, but it's got to taste awful funny. I thought that was all the water they had over there.
Fine, so. Flight control. Ed, go ahead. They report what particular area of these space that came. Not really, no. Now that question leaves me hanging a little bit. Control, why did you ask? Well, just give us an idea, a little more constellation on that start model, what that might be. Okay. Well, our indications are now and did not let me data. Okay.
I mean, I think that's it. That's Hell's Canyon and the Snake River. We'll take a look inside of it and make sure that the river's there. And then we will be in Idaho.
Aquarius, we read you 4 by 4. Go ahead. Okay, it looks like this PCC is deteriorated enough that
That's a very varied landscape. Got a bit of flat bit there, some mountains here, some green here, brownish there. No. I don't know if these are considered part of the Cascade range. Probably.
Aquarius Houston, we got part of your
Let me see.
transmission. Understand the PTC has deteriorated quite a bit, and you'd like to know what to do about it. Is that affirmed? Negative. How do you read now, man? Okay, a little better.
No, it's not the Cascade range. Let me see. Eastern Oregon Mountain Range. They just got a whole bunch of different names. They call them the Blue Mountains.
We understand that. And one more item for clarification on the water. We don't really know what your usage of the potable is. That was purely an estimate, assuming fairly healthy usage. Okay.
But there are other names as well. But mainly Blue Mountains.
So, Frank, what rate did you assume? 8 pounds per man day? You mean on the water? Yeah. 6 pounds per man day.
Some maps seem to maybe no, definitely not Cascades. Blue Mountains or Wallowa Mountains. I've already done every country. I did that in the F-111. I have a video series on that. Okay, let me... I don't think they got me talking a whole lot here. Skip a little bit. No, I haven't done capitals, but having done every country, I mean, the capitals aren't that much different.
Okay, I'm reading your weekly.
So
Go ahead.
it's basically the same thing. And people didn't seem particularly interested, so... In other news, YouTube wants me to launch memberships, whatever that means. I don't even know what memberships on YouTube do.
That's to stand loads of launch and boost. Roger, 2B did the trick.
Probably they just want a cut as usual. Popular tourist destination? Well, suppose, but we actually have to have the sites. That would be more like fly to every point of interest in the game. Because if it's popular tourist destination, but we can't even see it in the game, that wouldn't be any good. So basically it's point of interest.
Good to hear.
Well, I mean, really the more important question is what plane to do it in.
I think everybody's feeling better down here too.
Well, anyway, that was Hell's Canyon. You can see the Snake River there, and we are in Idaho. Idaho, where the potatoes grow. Honestly, they basically grow anywhere, but
Flight network. Go ahead. We're handing the downlink voice over to the soup input this.
well, they're famous for growing potatoes.
We think it'll be a little better. Just in time for Griffin's team to come on. He's been listening to that all day. That's great. Not quite fair there, yeah? Okay.
So Idaho supplies 1/3 of our potatoes. Washington State is the second highest. So that makes sense because Washington State is right next to it. Fertile volcanic soil, warm days, and cool nights.
Okay. How about high bit rate? Are you going to get some of that? Don't sleep on flight. Okay. Alright, we'll get it here. Just shut down both.
Oops, did not want to go there.
Shut down both. Go ahead. Ben, you can tell them we are on the contained dish at Goldstone, and they can try to biomed station and our times cleared up quite a bit. Okay. I hope. How is it? Okay, what was this on the biomed switch? Just turn it to one or the other. To one or the other crewman now, and it's presently off. Is that right? That's correct.
Warriors, Houston. Go ahead. Fred, we have you on the Goldstone big dish now, and our comm is much better.
I get the feeling that
If you'd like,
in this part of the state is not where they grow the potatoes. That would be further south.
Okay, stand by up to plug in first. Okay.
Well, if you liked Hell's Canyon, we're approaching the River of No Return Wilderness.
Okay, Van, what do you read on Big Ben? We read you.
This area is full of happy thoughts. All the launch sites in America. Whatever. I don't need extra ideas, to be honest. I don't know these other people at Atlantis. Don't know what that means. They don't sound like astronauts to me. I don't even know what digital footprint is in this case.
It was a little slow. Okay. Okay.
Oh, why is that blocking the video? Stop that. I don't know what that means, Atlantis.
fail, you got smoke that.
I'm not that popular. You must have mistaken me for somebody else. Do I look like Matt Lone to you? Well, whatever. I don't feel it really. You'll have to ask the people who really get large amounts of viewers. Nope. Doesn't seem like they're doing anything fancy there.
Out of run the big dish, we still have that problem.
I mean, I'm like, whatchamacallit, I've been doing stuff for 11, 12 years, so you know, eventually you'll end up with a bunch of people. So, but you know, KSP was much more popular earlier on. It's not quite as popular now, I suppose. Still don't know what you're talking about, Atlantis. Don't know. Nope. No idea. Maybe it's just a thing in your little circle. I don't know about that, Bowling. KSP2 already sort of killed it. I don't know what they're trying to kill now.
Recovery network, Milo, please. Tell me the flight. Go flight. How many amp hours have you chalked up for measurement and circuit? I think it's right at 140. Okay. 40 amp hours. Flight zone, that's not included in the chart that you got. What do you mean by that? That you haven't subtracted that. Right. There's nothing subtracted. But you did subtract it out in the water. That's right.
Righty, Tom. Okay. If we're concerned about what's in the portable tank, when we get this bit of data, if we ask the crew to pressurize the tank, we ought to be able to get a handle on it. Well,
probably not. I mean, they're not going to show a whole lot, right? Let me see what time it is.
We're not going to do anything different by knowing it, right? Okay. I agree with you, we should do that, but...
Yeah, I don't think I can. And they've got a huge launch window from 8:50 my time to past midnight my time.
Clint, I haven't checked you in a while. Where do you stand in your batteries? Could you quickly review those for me? You have,
So I don't think I'll hang out until that kind of time.
we have a total of 120,000. we have completed down to about a total of 98.
98 out of 120. This is with the 40 amp hour rating, right?
That's right, and as we discussed...
How can they possibly have a 3-hour launch window? Because the little space plane does other stuff, and I mean, what exactly is the space plane doing? I don't know. It sort of depends on what it's doing, right? Yes, bowling apparently.
Very well. Now, how about, okay, give me your water. Okay?
Or they could be fooling us. Who knows? So this is the River of No Return Wilderness. A little bit dramatic.
Inco flight. Flight Inco. Are we going to have the 210 over in Australia tonight?
Nope, let me adjust the heading by quite a lot. I had stayed on a particular course for the sake of taking a look at Hell's Canyon, but
Flight Inco. Go ahead. Got the firm picking up the
we've got a good tailwind, not right at the tail, but good enough, and 65 knots. Yeah, it could be like that satellite, a huge window to throw off people. Or they could be just two discrete times, like 1.5 hours apart, or something like that. There's stuff like that that could happen. And that's because, you know, it depends on what orbital period it's trying to get into, but if it's a certain amount apart, it could be crossing over the same place at the same time like that. 273 seconds of ISP, good for your... what's an HVAC engine? I mean, I would like more ISP from a vacuum engine. Custom engine, I would try for something better. I think it's safe to say practically anything in vacuum should be getting better than 273 if it's a custom engine. Oh, they've gone quiet again. This is a low energy sort of mission overall. Custom editing. Well, I thought it was a custom engine. Now you're not doing custom editing. What is this situation? I don't know what you're starting off with. I don't know what your propellants are.
Well, not really, because I heard it for a while when I was here. Okay, it's approximately around that time. Okay,
Imagine the escalation costs. Escalation costs. Don't worry, it'll get cancelled, satellite. Oh, I mean, 2045, plenty of time to cancel it.
Yeah, that must be about 6. When did they both get up? At 90 hours? About 90 hours, right, fine. Okay, thank you.
Methalox I don't even know how you get so little out of Methalox. I've never heard of a Methalox engine that got less than 300, so... Is this in stock or something? 8-figure range, definitely getting cancelled. What are you making, an SLS tower or something? Gosh. In 2045. We don't even know what rockets we're gonna have in 2045. Why aren't you letting SpaceX do it for 10 times less satellite? In Juno. Oh, right. Well, that's why I don't use Juno. Because its ISP figures don't make any sense at all. So, yeah. No, that's the #1 reason why I can't make real rockets in Juno. I wonder if the real solar system mod for it adjusts how the engines get calculated. But yeah, Juno is a whole other thing. Its engines don't make any sense in particular. Now what river is that? I think... Well, no, maybe that's not. There is the border between Idaho and Montana. That's a river. But I don't know if it's that river. We're getting close. Well, I think that the border... It's a heck of a fancy, very curvy border. I trust that that's a river underneath it. Don't know how else they would have measured it. Central heating or cooling plants, but maybe they're expanding. Well, they must have done so somehow in order to have their facilities, presumably. But, I mean, I don't know if they were contracting that out, but what the heck are you doing with 8 figures? Are you including decimal places in those figures? Heating and cooling at that expense is space station level. Two and a half hours left.
Tell me no flight. Marlon, would you have somebody bring me out the oxygen?
320 is at least respectable. $2 million today, and you have 20 plus pieces of equipment to be replaced. Well, get them faster like today, then it'll only cost 7 figures. What is this 2045 deal? Taxpayer grumble. What's the meaning of all this?
What pressure? Slightly below it. Reverse pressure, southeast. 430. 55. And then, we have the,
20 years sooner. How old are we talking about as far as these things? How long have they been going? Roughly. They better be B-52 age or I'm not allowing this. 15 years old? What do you mean 15 years old? I thought everything at the Cape was like since the 1960s. Hello, Sheebs. That means you have to basically get an 8-figure replacement every 15 years? But then if they're going to be replaced every 15 years, then how can it be 2045, which is 20 years away?
yeah, that's okay. 3, 2, 1. I need some room. 3, 2, 1, Roger.
That's how long the components satellite is replacing have lasted. Are you getting multiple replacement satellite? This seems very suspicious.
Now, on that maneuver that we transferred to the magnetron,
every 35 years. So these are all going to get replaced in 2045. They're not happening now. They've only been going for 15 years, but you have to plan for replacement 20 years in advance. But what if there are better ones by 2045, satellite? What if we have newer, nicer ones? And then you bought the crappy ones in advance. Yes, but why do you need that much money in this year? Don't you need the money like 15 years, 20 years from now?
I was looking for weather. He was giving me a map of the projection that, whatever they call it, storm.
This is definitely not how they built stuff at the Cape in the first place. I mean, if they had to plan stuff 15 years in advance, there's no way we'd have gone to the moon by 1969.
Roger, flight. I'd like to go over now what we've got in front of us to move in the ship, and I'll start down the front row. Director, I think I've got most of your status. You're staying about perimeter Midcourse, and you're expecting somewhere around a 7-8 foot per second.
Okay, we have temporarily crossed into Montana, but we'll be crossing back into Idaho, and then we'll be heading into Wyoming. I think this river behind us is basically the border, and so I don't know, how does that work? Oh, I think it does curve in front of us, and then we cross it again. It's a very windy river. I don't know what it's called. Well, I'm gonna search for the name. I've got a map, but I can't see the name on it. It's not showing me the name. Okay, name of river between Montana and Idaho. Clark Fork River. No, but okay, so the AI, Google AI says Kootenai River. Wikipedia popped up with Clark Fork of the Columbia River. But it says in, not on the border. Well, we're not at the Clark Fork part. So that is the wrong answer. Is Kootenai River the right answer? Well, looking at Google Map, it seems to be the Lemhi River, which, like, nobody mentioned. And I've never even heard of. Lemhi. Further along, it's the Red Rock River, which I feel is more known. Times have changed. You're blaming Space Force? Space Force is making things more complicated rather than more streamlined? That's shocking. I don't understand what you're talking about, Atlantis. I would assume that it still does the thing where people who join get the college paid for. Well, I'm sure it does, Sheebs.
Therefore, we will produce burn on time and we will not cramp.
We are back in Idaho now. I don't know any of these people and I don't really care. Atlantis. There are many YouTubers in the sea. Almost certainly a good thing. I only know about good people. I know Hank Green, who is, as far as I'm concerned, the best YouTuber ever. And that's that. Well, okay, Scott Manley too, but Scott Manley's gonna have to deal with not being as good as Hank Green. I don't know anything about Mr. Beast. Never seen a video. You've never heard of Hank Green? Okay, well, you need to look up Hank Green. Gosh. Vlog Brothers, you've never heard of? They're old time, long before Mr. Beast and all. There was Vlog Brothers. They had him and his brother John Green had the #1 app in America. He is a science communicator, yes.
Negative,
Jeeves.
no call from here.
Yeah, Atlantis. Please. Yeah, well, sometimes you don't have to blurt out everything that comes to your mind. So, Hank Green and his brother set up another channel called SciShow. SCI Show. That's the main science stuff. They have all sorts of educational channels. But his own channel is just him ranting about things. but their original channel was Vlog Brothers. And they sort of specialized in sort of trying to explain things in about 4 minutes. And then they have the SciShow and other things where they expand further about things. Also a history channel. Channels. Crash Course. Crash Course is probably the big one.
Okay, how about 15 minutes? I think we're about through with this fine. I know it's
Well, I don't know, Atlantis. I feel like you might need to work on those fittings a little bit. I feel like there's a round filter trying to be fit into a square hole.
Right. What we're going to do, I guess, is we're going to configure the spacecraft and then put the power to it. And then he can remove power so that the cross communication is correct. So you can pull the brake. Right, maybe it's... Well, yeah, we can. No problem. And I understand we're going to bring this up to about 5 minutes, right? Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay, we are approaching Yellowstone, but we'd only be at a corner of Yellowstone. Yellowstone is to the left there. Those mountains are part of it. Somewhere over there is Old Faithful.
Back on the line, and I'll be unhooking on the biomed, and once we go back to the SCA down voice back up.
We will be flying closer to Grand Teton National Park. That's that row of mountains in front of us there. And the infamous airport at Jackson Hole where people meet for some reason. But yeah, Yosemite back there, Grand Teton in front of us. Very green, yes. Not that interesting, to be honest, compared to some of the landscapes we've seen before. I feel like it's somewhat overrated.
Okay, all I said was Jim, that is
Middle East has a lot of color.
I'll go back to down voice back up SBA, and Jim's coming to land.
Copy that, Intro. Flight is good down voice back.
Maybe these places are just much better on the ground. Well, I mean, depends on which part of the US we're talking about. I think California is nice. We aren't actually flying over California in this part, but... When has New Glenn ever exploded? I don't know what you're talking about. You may be confused. I guess we'll focus on Grand Teton. Teton. But Wyoming I find sort of boring. It's not as bad as Nebraska though. That's next. Nebraska and Kansas. Oh, after it did the boost back run. Oh well. Or during. Yeah, well. By that point, the payload's on its way, so. Bonus fireworks. Subject of prettiest state. Prettiest state. I mean, flying over them, I'm tempted to say Utah's got a pretty good deal. It's got a part of the Grand Canyon in it. It's got some nice landscapes in the south. It's got the Rockies on one side.
Right, we thought maybe it was
And it's got the salt flats to the west. And then the whole Great Lake thing going. We don't have a whole lot of big lakes. I mean, except for the Great Lakes. So it's pretty good. It's got a good variety. Utah does.
Let's see, well, whenever I left, Jack and Fed came on, we ate for about an hour, and then I went to bed, so whatever that time was, it must be about 5 hours or something like that, 4 or 5 hours.
good. Let's see you catching up.
Probably near 6 hours. Probably about 93 to 98.
Yeah. Some hypocrisy there on Bowling's part. Well, if you ever hear about Jackson's Hole, that's that. If you can see that airport there, that's that airport. So this is where rich people gather for conferences and such.
Okay, how about third thing?
This lake here is, in fact, Jackson Lake.
Jim, next time that it's convenient, could you get the readout of the repress package in the command module for us, over?
Will do. Control, you can go back green.
Where do you go back there, Fred?
Well, lots of turbulence around here.
We don't want you to wake anyone up to get it.
About 2 hours left.
Info flight. Flight control. Do you have anything you need to talk about? Don, getting ready here for the CFM follow-up procedure. We're on Mars 210 now. It's 110 DET. Then we pick up parts 210 a little bit farther up. We go to 112. So we're in pretty good shape. Okay, we may want to try some normal voice there a little bit later on, so I'd like to have some in my lab, and we'd have to get a normal voice in my lab to do it. Part of the brain. Okay,
I didn't say that this procedure work. Yeah, there's water today.
They're trying to figure out about using the portable life support, the one that they would have used on EVA on the moon for drinking water. Not apparently the best idea. Sorry, I was clicking away from the Apollo 13 window. Oh, they probably have enough water anyway. So the issue is, why would they not have enough water? The issue is that some of the water was generated by the fuel cells in the service module, right? The fuel cells in the service module that exploded combined hydrogen and oxygen to create water and electricity. So they're a little bit short on water there, but they probably ought to be okay. The Plus water isn't the tastiest water ever. No, they did not have a water recycler. The water recyclers are pretty heavy. Only for a fairly long mission would you have that. Like for the ISS, for instance, or a station like that, or a trip to Mars.
Roger, a little later than that.
The amount of water people use on a trip to the moon wouldn't be long enough to justify a water recycler. Wyoming. I feel like this part of Wyoming is very uncertain. I feel like it's not very clear about what it wants to be after Yellowstone and Grand Teton and all. We're heading towards Casper. I wish I knew what variable would make the landscape sharper. Clouds are nice, finally. It was too clear earlier. Turbulence, though.
Well, I guess I am right now.
Well, let's see how things... Oh, one active failure. Hey, finally got a random failure. There's no error being shown. Should I keep it in suspense what the error is? No, we've got to see. What's the failure? Oh, taxi lights. Oh, that's fine. I practically didn't turn... I don't think I turned them on anyway. It's okay. While they have this meantime before failure thing, maybe they should fail them at more realistic times. Like, the taxi lights probably wouldn't fail randomly during a flight like this. Not important at all. Well, I mean, if I was landing at night, I would like some taxi lights. But we're not landing at night, so we can get them fixed before I have to ever land at night. But they did have a low mean time before failure, right? Compared to some of the other things. It's only 800 hours before they're likely to fail. The wing lights are even shorter, 400 hours. Lights, I guess, go out, right? I mean, that's reasonable. Some of the more critical things, thankfully, have longer time before failure. So, yeah. I don't even know how many stages you have, Bowling. Is that it? Are you in orbit yet? Are we there yet? I get to ask that. Okay, the sound from the tapes is sort of annoying. Let me see when we get other action. Well, there's a change of shift conference in about 45 minutes, so I'll jump to that.
And the news conference. I repeat, Flight Director Glenn Lunny is on his way to the MSC.
The change of shift conference in this case will not have video, though, just audio. Entry burn already? Time skip like this in real life? If only NASA had developed time warp.
For the last few hours, we've been in the process of replenishing that battery.
Uh-oh, they're soft.
Have it fully back up to charge, sometime around 127 or 8 hours.
Get closer to the mic, guy.
Been on, you recall the fact that we hooked up a couple of the CSM lithium hydroxide through which the cabin air was being drawn. The canisters were hooked up on the
Well, I mean, I'd take days. That's the biggest problem, you know. It takes so long. There'd be much more support for the space program if people got the result in a week.
Put another canister on the end of the one we had already had rigged up, so that we now have two canisters in series, taped together, so that there's no leakage between them, feeding into the hose through which the air is being drawn.
How did you have a kaboom?
So we are continuing to
you were in orbit.
Scrubbing or cleansing of the carbon dioxide in the vehicle, and
Juno seems suspicious.
We feel that the present arrangement of removing the carbon dioxide will last just fine into the 130 hours sometime, perhaps 135 hours thereabouts.
Oh, your first stage. Oh, okay.
By that time, if we see the carbon dioxide level going up a little bit, we'll probably go back and select the primary cartridge, which we still have available in the LAM, which will be good for about a day. So at the present time, that's our plan relative to the carbon dioxide. At about 113 and a half hours, Jack Swigert and Fred Hayes went on duty, and Jim Lovell went below to take a nap as best he could. Fred reported he had 5 or 6 hours sleep. We have, since that time, not really been doing much with the vehicle. We have had the pilots going back and forth, who's ever on duty, down into the command module to look at the charger currents. This is to keep track of exactly what we're
Well, since we're about halfway through the 4-hour flight, I'm going to stretch a bit while he's talking.
We also want them to get down there and look at that gauge regularly, because we don't have any telemetry on the vehicle, and we didn't want anything going on down there that we didn't know about. I discussed the battery malfunction. We had another one visible to the crew for a while at 115 and a half hours, I think, about. And we discussed it again, the fact that we had concluded that it was a sensor, and as I said before, we're continuing to use that battery just fine. We radioed up some information on the trajectory. As I said earlier, we're comfortably within the corridor at a flight path angle of about negative 6.25. A midcourse of approximately 2 feet per second. A few hours before entry will put us right back in the middle of the corridor. However, it may not even be required. At last measurement, the midcourse was down to 1.5 feet a second, and for all we know, by tomorrow the midcourse will be closer to 0, although it may also still remain at the present level. The one report relative to crew comfort is that it's getting fairly difficult to sleep in the command module, in that it is getting fairly cool in there. Jim Lovell reported that he's been using the lunar boots to keep his feet warm, and yesterday we were involved in a discussion as to one of the pilots, I've forgotten which one it was, sleeping in the tunnel, up with his head probably pointing into the lunar module, or perhaps his head pointing away. There's not much we can do about that problem right now, so they're going to have to sleep the best they can, either in the LAM or in the tunnel, and stay dressed as warmly as they can on board. That was the shift items. Let me give you an idea of the consumables, and I know you're always interested in those. We discussed the water. Yesterday, well, I should say consistently, the water has been running at about the same rate. It's running at just about the same rate now as it was before. You know, we're drawing a little more current out of the LEM batteries now in order to charge the command module battery, but the water profile is staying just about the same. So consistent with the kind of information I was giving you yesterday, assuming that we have to power up for one more mid-course, we're predicting a lifetime on the water of 160 hours, 159 hours. The oxygen is very comfortable. We have a depletion in the LEM of 271 hours, so that's well past the splash time. Depletion of the power at the same rate, except for about 2 hours. If we assume that we continue to use power at the same rate, and add in a couple hours for a mid-course, we would have 170 hours of depletion. Now, it's probable that we will use more power tomorrow than the numbers I'm quoting here, and get as much useful work out of the LEM in terms of transferring its power over to the CSM as we can. The details of exactly how we are going to accomplish some of the functions tomorrow are not all completely resolved yet. We had a briefing just as I left the control center with the crew as to the timeline, the major events. I assume that everyone heard those. As to the sequence of events we would be going through in preparation for any actual entry. Some of the details within those events are still being worked out. We've had crews and simulators all day. There'll be another meeting this afternoon on exactly what the checklist ought to be. And as the Capcom Joe Kerwin was saying, we will spend some time later on this afternoon, this evening, reading up a lot of the checklists that the pilots will need for tomorrow. We're basically going to be modifying the checklist that they have on board, and a number of the parts of this activity tomorrow have already been exercised. There was one more thing I wanted to tell you. The weather is very good
back
in the recovery area. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. I have asked that somebody plan either in conjunction with the next press conference or separately to perhaps lay out as well as we can the timeline and the activity that will be going on tomorrow, so that you'll be as informed as we can have you at this time. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. Some of them I won't be able to answer in the next hour.
Well, it's interesting that you can get real solar system in Juno on mobile. Of course, I don't play on mobile, but interesting.
The weather is good in the recovery area. As a matter of fact, it's very good. And I think that's about all I have to say, and perhaps we can find what you're interested in by going to questions.
Okay, front row down here. Wait for the mic, please.
Do you have a two-part question? Do you have an estimate of how cold it is in the command module? And number two, if, as I assume, the lunar module is reasonably warm and the command module is cold, why don't the temperatures sort of even out going through the tunnel between them?
I don't have the temperature in the command module. I think it's running about 40 or 45. So it's probably cooled down. We will be turning the telemetry on here in about another hour, so we'll get another idea of what's in there. I guess the reason that it doesn't mix too well is because the tunnel is fairly narrow compared to the two volumes on either end, and there is not a lot of flow out of the hose that would force circulation. There's enough circulation in that there's no problem with the carbon dioxide level in the command module, but there's nothing working that forces the flow between the two ships.
Go ahead, fly. If you guys have a chance to look over this figure, what's
it's about 3 feet.
What's behind?
Mark Bloom.
Glenn, if you do DC7, and assuming it's a foot and a half feet per second, how will this move the ground track from which? Or what's it for? What would it be for?
It would be simply for what is called corridor control. The flight path angle, or the angle at which the velocity of the spacecraft, the velocity vector is coming back in, is currently at a negative 6.25. Now, if we do a mid-course tomorrow, the purpose of it will be to put that flight path angle at a negative 6.5, which is the nominal entry angle. The current angle is very comfortable. We could fly the same range without a mid-course at all. We could fly the trajectory right on down. We could fly the same range and probably land at the same place. The reason for wanting to put it in the middle of the corridor is just to give you the most room for dispersions on either side, plus it's the most familiar set of conditions for the pilots, in that they've seen more nominals than they have dispersed trajectories.
fourth row back here.
Could you tell us, please, the astronauts who are taking part in the simulation other than the Apollo 14?
That would be a long list, and I haven't kept up with them. The 14, the backup to Apollo 13, being the Apollo 15 crew members around. Deke and Tom Stafford are helping all they can. And there are probably a dozen more, but I can't recall who they are right now.
Front row over here.
Have you seen any signs of anything you might describe as fatigue in the crew so far?
No, I don't think so. I think they've been, they improved through yesterday.
To our right is Boyson Reservoir.
Operation, and I think...
and trying to figure out the rivers that we see.
They will go through their own process of bringing themselves completely up for the entry, much as anybody has to do to prepare themselves for an event like that. And I think the best indicator is the tone of voice of the pilot. It's been very good.
Were they fatigued earlier, or did you get that impression?
I didn't really
Can't really see anything right now as far as river names.
Somebody asked a while back, I recall Fred Hayes, I believe, answering that they really felt pretty good and they really didn't feel tired or fatigued.
Back here.
If it's so cold inside the command module, why aren't they wearing spacesuits? What are the differences?
The primary disadvantage to putting the suit on is that it is bulky and it limits what the people can do. It's cumbersome to try to squeeze around in either the LEM or the command module, especially if you're trying to squeeze through the tunnel. And we've kind of had, with one man on watch, we've had him busy moving back and forth, so that they just haven't felt the need to put the suits on. Now that's entirely up to them. If they feel that if it is just so cold that they want to do that, they can certainly go ahead and do it.
John Wilford.
Under the plan for the separation that you have now, where will the lunar module re-enter? Where will the service module re-enter in relation to the command module?
Well, I hope that the men who come over this afternoon, this evening, can tell you some more about that. I don't know offhand. Of course, we fully expect both of them to splash down in the Atlantic. The separation sequences that we have are primarily designed to be sure that they're away from the command module during the coast above the atmosphere and during the reentry portion. So I'm not answering your question, but I hope that they can help you better with that.
Back here.
Why aren't you going to be using the normal technique for jettisoning the LEM rather than letting it be pushed away by that pressurized tunnel?
Well, the reason for that is that we don't have the service module. We would not have the service module with us. The normal procedure for separating from the LEM is to undock from it and then translate away with the service module thrusters.
Looks nice.
At the point of the flight that we'll be at, we will have already detached the service module.
Well, now you're just saying
Command
everything
module
looks
does
nice.
Not have a thruster configuration that allows it to translate. It can just rotate, pitch, or yaw. Okay.
There was some discussion about the possibility of the astronauts getting into their spacesuits.
It's got lots of little fiddly bits, that's for sure, because of the rivers.
After they put the tunnel hatch in place. What was the final decision on that score?
Well, just to clarify your question, the question really is whether they ought to put the suits on before we go into all the entry preps for tomorrow or not.
More colorful.
As Joe Kerwin, the captain communicator, discussed
Well,
on the loop,
better than the green forest stuff. Weirdly colored tails, that's true.
A leak in the command module hatch.
Occasionally we get those, even in the U.S.
Like that, and we are able to exercise closing the hatch now, and as Jim pointed out, they will do that a number of times. The disadvantage with putting the suit on is the same one I discussed earlier, that the suit is indeed a cumbersome thing to wear, and in the sense that it is cumbersome, it actually becomes a limitation or a compromise in getting the jobs done that you have to get done to accomplish the entry. So it's a question of trading off inhibiting or making more difficult the tasks which is already
Gamescom.
difficult they have
Well,
to do tomorrow versus
The Outer Worlds 2 will be on Game Pass for PC, so I'll get to try that out without any additional effort.
Here, the recommendation was made that from the ground down,
I wasn't that fond of The Outer Worlds, the first one.
separation of the left. And the reason that was given was that the wearing of the suits would cause the astronaut to generate more heat, and that heat would have to be dissipated, and there would be a commensurate power drain for that function, and water requirement. And I'm wondering whether or not the numbers that you've been giving us on the water and on the power really indicate as large a margin as one might think if you don't have enough to be able to handle the heat generated by suited activity. That's the metabolic heat. It can't be all that much calories, and yet you don't want to expend those consumables for that function and pick up the protection of the suits. Now, I'd like you to review that again.
You'd like me to what?
I question the. You give us some numbers which would seem to imply that there is a large buffer in some of these consumables,
Well,
or at least adequate for doing the mission without any sweat. But it seems that now the decision on the suit doesn't reflect that. That whatever little amount would be needed to dissipate the body heat, they're not willing to expend it for a period of.
This guy's being a little bit picky.
Each time that at least I have quoted the numbers to you, I have tried to carefully explain that they are based on the current rate of expenditures, allowing for 2 mid-courses 2 days ago, and allowing for, from this period forward, a couple hours for 1 mid-course. The numbers that we've been quoting are consistent with that. Putting the suit on is an additional load. I don't think it's an overriding factor in determining that the water availability would be much more marginal than it is right now. I think the primary reason for not wanting to put the suit on is that it definitely encumbers the operation of the astronaut in getting the ships ready to do the task they have to do. An additional argument for not putting on is that they'll get warmer and we'll have to dissipate the heat, but I personally don't consider that an overriding reason for not wanting to put the suit on.
Glenn, I have several questions on the crew and how they've been living in space. You mentioned that they're having difficulty sleeping in the command module. Where have they been sleeping, first of all, and wouldn't those beta sleeping bags provide some warmth?
Well, I assume that they have continued to go down into the command module to sleep. I don't know what all they're doing to stay warm while they're down there. Jim talked about putting the lunar boots on, so to speak. He talked about wearing a couple sets of underwear. I don't know how much good they're getting out of the sleeping bags, but they generally seem to be getting cooler and cooler as they sleep in the command module. In other words, they definitely seem to be noticing it at this time of the flight. Somebody remarked that they were rubbing their hands when they came up from the last sleep shift down in the command module.
Then, secondly, on the food, in the hurry, to transfer into those lemons and what have you, there seemed to be, they were sort of snacking there for a while. Do you know what kind of stuff they've eaten? Have they been able to use any hot water, or have they been eating cold stuff?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you have any comments? I mean, have you heard any comments?
There's no hot water in the limb, no, but I really don't know what they have been eating. I just assume they've been working about through their regular menus, or deviating as they see fit.
What have they been eating, they even want to know?
The comment that Lovell made that there'd be a long time before another moon mission, which he made several days ago. I haven't seen any comments from the men, particularly on their flight in space. Have you heard any?
On their flight?
Yes.
Well, no, I haven't heard any hand-wringing or anything like that. I think their primary interest, as ours is to keep the ship working like it is now and get thought out what they have to do tomorrow. I wouldn't expect to do that kind of thing.
Realizing you'll be able to fill in more details later. Could you still give us the outline of this pre-entry sequence and a rough estimate of what time each step will happen, and perhaps what altitudes?
No, I'm not going to give it altitudes, but I'll give you the same times that Joe Kerwin read up to him a little while ago on the air to ground. There it starts an IMU heater and the RCS preheat check in the command module at 136.10. There to start powering up the LEM ag and getting in the line at about 136.40. There to do Midcourse 7 about 137.40. Service module jettison. Am I going too fast? 136.10 for some IMU and command module RCS. 136.40.
Well, now we've got more cloud.
137.40 for the Midcourse, which, by the way, would be done with the LEM
Casper,
RCS,
Wyoming has clouds.
at the present size, which we don't expect to change. At 138.10, service module jettison. At 141.40, there would be the LEM jettison. The time period in between the service module and the LEM jettison, of course, is all devoted to the system's operations within the command module, getting it ready for entry, including aligning the platform. And then at 142.40 is the 400,000 foot point, and then there's a landing about 14 minutes later at 142.54, and that's all to the nearest.
Well, yep.
I would hope.
Cloud.
Service module jet, 138.10.
Talked about earlier.
Is it still the what?
It's still going to be a push and pull exercise.
It will with the service module. Okay. Yes. The service module jettison will occur in plane. I haven't looked at the pictures of the drawings, but I think what they will do is, as they're coming down, they'll point the service module behind them. The service module will be trailing, and they'll be in plane. I don't know what pitch attitude they'll be at. And what they'll do is translate that way, a half a foot per second or a foot per second, and then they'll separate the service module, and then they'll translate with the LEM thrusters in both cases back the half a foot or foot per second that they put in with the push. This, in effect, starts the service module on a path 1 foot per second difference, and of course over 4.5 hours it becomes a considerable distance in miles that the two vehicles would be separated by. You push with the thrusters, okay, 1 foot per second. You get rid of it, then you thrust back 1 foot per second to get back on the same trajectory you were on. You put the other part of the vehicle on a different trajectory by that much. Okay, you asked about the other procedure. We're going to separate the LEM much as we did on Apollo 10. The tunnel will be pressurized. Again, we don't have any translation thrusters in the command module, which is what the pilots will be in at this time, not the command service module. And by leaving the tunnel pressurized, you in effect have the same principle going for you when you release the balloon, and it'll move on away from the command module. And that'll be done, probably 45 degrees out of plane, so that it will go off to the side as we get close to entry.
Back here.
The LEM and the command module will be considerably lighter, I believe, have less weight after they release the service module. Now, will that half a foot per second affect the trajectory in any way? The pull part.
Tops of those clouds look 2D? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're 3D.
Yes, the weights will be different.
I mean, everything is fundamentally 2D because it's on our screen.
In order to get the foot per second back, because you're a lot lighter with the service module jettison.
Expending, you've given up on the booster recovery.
Foot per second in and taking it out essentially puts you back on the same trajectory. It will be a longer duration burn when you're pushing with the service module on than when you're backing off without it. Is that answer?
Harry Pease. Excuse me if you've already answered this, Glenn, but
where are you, Harry?
over on your right and way back.
Okay.
Will you leave the LEM systems up and the eggs in attitude hold when you do that
Yes.
pop bottle thing?
Yes. The idea being to control the attitude of the LEM with the control system so that the effect of the pressurized tunnel will be to continue to thrust the vehicle away from the command line.
Rudy Abrams.
Glenn, did you say what the separation rate will be for the LEM tunnel below that?
I don't really recall. It's on the order of a couple feet a second. Maybe it's 1.5, something like that.
Front row.
Go ahead. Don't worry about the next one.
I've got 3 questions. First of all, are there real possibilities to make pictures of the service module after jettisoning? And second, can the crew keep up with what they have to do, or have they time which they can't do to do nothing? Or and the third question is, after jettisoning the LM, could it start rolling over a kind and then?
Okay.
Well,
we have planned a pitch maneuver with the LEM to take pictures of the service module. However, as we brief the crew, we consider that at this stage of this mission a low priority item that we would not want to interfere with the conduct of the operations that has to go on to get the vehicle ready for entry. There are people working on what kind of cameras and what kind of lenses to do.
Third stage separation, so you recovered the solid rocket boosters, okay. That's something you do in Juno? Alright.
As far as the timeline for the crew goes, I think they're going to be tight parts to the work
So
tomorrow.
it took you 3 stages and then you're using a 4th stage to do a geo
You'll be
burn?
able to tell that we're just waiting for something to occur.
3 minutes.
I have not heard yet completely the results of the simulator work today. As a matter of fact, the astronauts were still in the simulator when I left. No, we don't expect the LEM to go tumbling all over when we fire it away with the tunnel pressurized.
Well, looks like it didn't automatically move on to the next leg, so.
Front row down here.
Is the Midcourse the final decision on that?
No, sir. As always, we kind of delay that probably.
Second
a year
stage was out of fuel, yeah, but you said 3rd stage, Sep.
As long as we can, while we get in as much tracking as we can, in order to be sure that we have to do.
So I was wondering how many
Sort of in the
stages you've
past,
got.
As I recall, we always think we have to make more of a mid-course at this time in the flight than we really end up having to make, and it may well be small enough tomorrow not to have to bother with it.
The other thing was, you said the LEM and the
3. So it was actually 2nd stage, Sep, right?
Oh, I thought
You've still got the 3rd stage.
Yeah. What shape might they be when they got there?
Or do you not?
And the LEM after re-entry.
Well, we're never going to use them again, and I expect they'll be broken up, especially the LEM. I expect it to break up.
Art Snyder.
Glenn, you've often said in the past few days that your goal is to maintain the stability of the stack. But what in the back of your mind is a major, real practical problem that concerns you in achieving that goal?
Well, I don't pick on any one thing. We've been careful about the power. We've been tried to be careful about the water. We have been comfortable on the oxygen. We've tried to maintain a passive thermal control, as difficult as that has been, I think, for the pilots to perform. We've tried to maintain that to assure that, to the best of our ability to study these kind of problems, that the vehicles are still safe. We did not want to find ourselves with hot spots on the vehicle or cold spots on the vehicle. So all in all, it's just been a continuing process of watching all these variables and watching the performance of the systems and being sure that they're continuing to do the job. And I guess in summary, just being plain careful about what's going on and what we would propose to do, and also being careful on the subject of the preparations for tomorrow. There's been an awful lot of hard work go on getting the procedures, and we make quite a point out of that, and maybe it's difficult to appreciate, but flying these vehicles, as complicated as they are by the fact that they're on a trajectory, with all the constraints that imposes, it's just a big job of integrating what you want to do first, how you want to do it, how you want to power from the LAM to the CSM. We've just tried to be very, very deliberate about all these things, and I just have not had any one thing on my mind concern me. I think all of us feel that the entire situation needed to be watched at all times in its entirety, because if you get to concentrating on any one thing, you usually end up missing what you ought to see.
You gave a round of applause for your RCS thrusters, huh? Geostationary orbit around Earth real life is 35,786 kilometers.
If you should want to activate some
35,786.
the LAM after it's separated, is there anything you can do, or is there anything the crew can do, or once that tunnel casted off, that's the last you can tinker with the LAM?
Once we close the hatch, we will not be tinkering with the LAM anymore. Now there is an active.
Something went wrong.
I'm getting to that.
I'm sorry.
There is an active control system, an automatic control system, working in the lunar module when we jettison it to hold attitude. It is possible, if we wanted to, and we have no reason to do this, that we could send numbers to its computer, just as we do in flight, sending it state vectors and updates to the platform. But there's absolutely no point in doing that. In no way could we fire an engine or turn something on or off by that process. So, in effect, the answer to your question is no, we're not going to do anything to it, nor really could we do anything to it.
Are you satisfied as a result of today's check that you now know the full extent of the damage by the original explosion? So what is that? In particular, is it true that the pyrotechnics devices go down into the service module? And is there any doubt in your mind that they may have been damaged and may have given trouble with separation?
Well, we haven't done anything particular today to satisfy ourselves on that any more than we have all along. We have had the telemetry on the command module. We have verified the integrity of all of the equipment other than the cryogenics and the fuel cells that we can on telemetry.
Wind is not as strong as it was before,
which supply pyrotechnic voltage to fire the
so not as much of a boost, but still okay. 1.5 hours.
To the service module, but the only one that we're concerned about tomorrow is the one right up by the command module, which cuts what are called the tension ties, these being straps of stainless steel that hold the command module and service.
There was an interesting mod that I saw on flightsim.to called Universal Announcer, which adds automatic cabin announcements. I'll have to see how to set that up.
There's really not anything you can tell from telemetry about that area other than that the temperatures in that area seem to be normal.
Mary Bob.
Especially if it has interesting possibilities with cabin announcements.
Reentry will the men actually get in the command module and start getting ready? And how does this period of time of X number of hours compare to the X number of hours that they would normally use in the same checklist? Well, I know they're different, but I mean, in getting
Well,
ready.
apparently it allows you to add your own stuff.
Usually the men always have
Maybe,
a stowage problem,
hopefully.
getting everything put away, that kind of thing. And I was just wondering how they would compare.
In reverse order, the stowage problem.
Recordings from your own virtual airline or free sound packs from the community. So they're not, but that's fine. I could add my own clips then.
Worry about any
I
stowage
mean,
at all.
you heard voice acting as such that I have available because of a voice changer. So
And there really aren't very
just
many
change
items
my
in
voice
that
to somebody else.
Now, as to the time, the
Have
hatch will be
those
closed
preset-
at about an hour and a half to go between the command module and the LAM. At which
I
time
mean,
3 minutes
AI would not be so bad if
until that
MSFS
time,
had a
I think
good
there'll be some
AI.
traffic back and forth, but primarily the CMP.
I really wish they had good AI voices. Those exist.
In the command module
if they would care to
actively,
use them.
doing something that is, in a sense, getting the ship ready to fly, although he won't be doing something every minute.
In fact, even Windows itself
In
has
that
good
sense,
AI voices available.
The amount of time that we have somebody in the command module will be about the kind of time that we usually prepare.
Yeah, you can't have a highly elliptical geostationary orbit.
Rather than 3. Secondly, we have a lot more to do.
Geostationary orbits are circular.
Up when we come back from the moon at this stage.
Geosynchronous might be a little bit lopsided, but not highly lopsided.
In this case, none of that equipment is up, and it all has to be brought online slowly to be sure that the batteries warm up to support the increased load. So tomorrow, I think you're going to see primarily, and the other new thing that the pilots will have to worry about, as we will in the control center, will be the fact that the LEM is really the thing that's doing all the steering until we separate with the command module alone, so that we will have effectively 2 vehicles to fly.
We will soon be in Nebraska. And I'm sure we'll tell immediately because they'll just be farmland, farmland, farmland. Maybe not immediately. We'll see.
A few things we have to do. In this case, we have to power it up from the beginning. So there's quite a bit of work to do tomorrow, and the pilots will have a fairly busy task. Now, the effort that's been going on here for the last few days is to be sure that the way in which this is laid out is a reasonable thing for the crew to do.
So I don't know if you caught it, just a little bit ago, about 5 minutes ago, there was a LEM battery alarm, which I assumed they were not interested in hearing.
Any further questions? Front row down here. Let's take 1 or 2 more and close it up.
Geosynchronous is just an orbit that lasts for a day. Yeah. But
a qualified failure, you must have learned a lot of new...
it's geosynchronous, not just synchronous to the day. So the goal is to have it be around the same place, right?
I guess we've learned a number of things.
It should be hanging out around the same place, so it could be a little bit lopsided, but it can't be super lopsided.
Considered how we would do some of these things if we had to go in and use the LEM in the present fashion that it's being used. I don't know as I can come up with any specific examples, anything that we really learned. Some things are difficult to learn those. The control tasks from the LEM with the entire stack are difficult. We kind of
yeah, stationary really means it's staying above a particular place. Synchronous means it's got the one day and it's sort of in around a region rather than a specific longitude. But something like a Molniya orbit, even if something that has an orbit that's 24 hours or actually 23 hours and 56 minutes, if it's really elongated, that's a different kind of orbit, really. It wouldn't be called geosynchronous, I don't think.
Well,
but I mean, the distinction is okay because, you might have a communication satellite that's servicing all of North America. You can have it, fudge it a little bit, but mostly when they say geostationary, they mean geostationary. They keep it at a particular longitude because that's optimal. Also, it's crowded up there, so they need to be clear about where they're going to be.
In the first place, one wasn't sure what the problem
Those are expensive satellites.
for a while, and that always makes it quite a bit more difficult to handle. Plus, you just didn't have all your procedures written out, the particular problem you were dealing with. One, you weren't sure what the extent of the problem was, and 2, procedures might or might not have worked. So,
okay, you're on a transfer orbit is what you're at, Bowling. You're on a geostationary transfer orbit.
I've talked some about the procedures here. I think my purpose has been to...
That would be GTO.
One, why you've heard so much air-to-ground traffic on the subject, if you will, today, because it's different and it takes a fair amount of thought and planning. And 2, just to acquaint you with the problem that the pilots will have in getting the vehicle ready for entry tomorrow. I don't mean to overdo that in the sense that we've given them a
highly elliptical. Yes, a geostationary transfer orbit would be highly elliptical. A geostationary orbit is not highly elliptical.
And with system help that we can get from the landmark.
Any further questions? I understand Neil Armstrong will make some sort of briefing in here, presentation at about 3 o'clock. Lynn, if you want to run to the back
You're
door,
just
I'll
staying in a geostationary
Thank you very
transfer orbit? Well, I think there's a lack of clarity what geostationary means then. Oh, okay, whatever you want, Bowling.
Tell me, Flight. Go blank. Is the, say the thing went off, the mount, that mount went off? Yes. When they turned it off? Yes. Yeah, it was an overkill.
Oh no, not 5 solid fuel stages, anything but that.
That now, the current is yes, yes. Sure. So if there's a surface area, yeah, unless it's some.
Nope.
Well,
They stopped talking.
Okay, stand by. Sounds like either way it would have to go off. Okay, stand by. Got it? Anytime you're ready on it. That's what they're working on now, dude. Okay, flash down. Go ahead. Yeah, that's right. I don't get much detail. There's a real low temp or a fault. You turn it off. Flash down. Go ahead. I guess point is
So it looks like at about 125 hours, Jim Lovell will report that they've run out of drinking water. So they do not have enough water. Just reviewing what's happening up ahead. And then at 132 hours, Swigert says that's too cold to sleep.
To read up for you here, I think you'll need your activation checklist 10.
Aquarius, that's the contingency checklist.
Okay, stand by, Charlie.
They ultimately get down in at 143 hours.
Okay, Charlie, I've got the contingency checklist standing by.
Okay, Jim, we'd like you to turn to page 24, which is the 30-minute activation. And this is going to be a procedure for the mid-course burn that we got coming up at 105. With
I thought they had like
the
missions
tanks
in
up.
Juneau, Bowling.
Right to the mid-course at 105.
12.5 meter diameter first stage, that's 50 meters tall.
Omit,
Well, that's a Kerbal rocket.
perform step 4.
That's not the normal aspect ratio.
Roger, omit step 1, 2, and 3. Perform step 4.
Raj. And on the EPS activation, same page, perform step 1, and in step 2, perform
I mean, that's
line number
a little bit shorter than Super Heavy, but much
6,
wider.
EPS display close. Over.
Who is paying for this? Good question.
Okay, on EPS activation, perform step 1 and perform step 2, line 6 only. Is that
Something has gone horribly wrong,
Jim,
but
the rest
anyway.
of the stuff is already closed at this time, so that's all we'll have to do is close the EPS display breaker.
We are now in Nebraska. That's why the landscape has gotten boring. See? Nebraska.
Turn to page 25.
Way back there
Page 25.
was Wyoming.
Omit step 3. Perform
Nebraska doesn't have
step
bumps.
4. On step 4, last line, scratch CB16 EPS inverted to closed. Over.
Roger, omit step 3.
Minor ripples at best.
Except for the last line, Circumnavigation 16 EPS inverted to closed.
Raj, that's correct. On step 5, perform step 5 under primary glycol loop activation. Step 1, line 1, CB16 ECS display close. That's a crew option. You can have it if you want to. Omit the rest of step 1 and step 2. Perform step 3. Over.
Okay, on primary glycol loop activation, crew option on step 1, first line, the rest of it will omit. Step 2 will omit, and we'll do step 3.
That's affirmative, Jim, with the following deltas on step 3, and if you'll turn to page 26, I'll give you the deltas on the activation circuit.
For those just joining, we're listening to the Apollo 13 audio, and they're on the way back. They're at hour 100 and sorting out all sorts of issues.
Row 1, under AC bus A, tape recorder should be open. Deca gimbal.
In flight, I'm flying the Beechcraft Starship from Portland to Kansas City. We are currently over Nebraska. So, about an hour. Hour and 14 minutes.
Okay, on row 1, AC bus A, tape recorder and Deca gimbal will be open. All the rest as shown.
Raj, and we don't know the status of your windows. If you, during this burn, we're going to have to look out the forward window to get the alignment with the COAS, so you might need the
don't know how you fit that many solid fuel. The AJ260 was 6.6 meters in diameter, so you can't fit that many into 12.5 meters. I don't know what you mean by AJ260 nozzle, because it could be fitted with other nozzles too. So I don't know, 19 massive solid fuel boosters of what size, I don't even know. I don't know why you have 19 of them. Smaller boosters. Out of all numbers, why 19?
The rest are as shown on the page. Over.
Is that 1 and then 6 around it and then 12 around that?
Okay, on row 2, we're going to open up SNC2 and SNC1 under RCS System A. We're going to open up the mission timer, and flight displays the GASA and the ordeal, and the AC bus A, the GASA.
That's affirmative. Okay, row 3.
These are very stout things.
Propellant, decent helium, reg vent should be open. Under heaters, rendezvous radar standby, open. Landing radar, open. Under staff control, ATCA pings, open.
But I guess, do you have pad limits at all? I mean, is this career?
All 4 open.
Are you trying to fit it? I remember in Juno when I played it, I was trying to fit stuff within pad limits, and they had a height limit, and so I had to make things wider than they really ought to be. No pad, well, okay, so there's no excuse. I was trying.
Brake vent will be open. The standby rendezvous heater will be open. And the landing radar heater circuit breaker will be open. I just changed antennas. Keep it on down the line. Active things will be open. And the last 4 circuit breakers, 200 ED and 200 lighting will be open.
That's affirmative. Okay, under row 4, under ECS, glycol pump auto transfer closed. Under COM, up data link open. VHF-B and VHF-A should be open. Under pings, LGC DISCI open, IMU operate open. Over.
Okay, under row 4, the auto transfer will be closed. Up data link open, VHF A and B open, DISCI open, and IMU operate open.
That's firm. On the last row, the only delta is under the cross tie bus, and it should be open. Over.
Say that again, Charlie.
Okay, under the last row, under EPS, is the only delta, and that is under the cross tie bus. It should go open. Over.
Roger, the cross tie bus should go open.
That's firm. Going on to page 27, activation, panel 16. Under RCS system Bravo, acid feed 1, acid feed 2 should be open. Under propulsion, pugs should be open. Acid helium rig.
I don't know. Somewhere over in that direction is Chimney Rock. I don't know
Over.
how big that's supposed to be, but we sure can't see it at this distance.
Okay, line 1 on
It's supposed to be a mountain.
acid feed 1 and 2 will be open.
Yep.
And the PQGS will be open, and the acid helium rig will be open.
That's affirmative. On the next 3 rows, we only got the 9 deltas, so I'll go through the next 3 rows.
I mean, I think the river next to us is the North Platte River.
Under lighting,
And Chimney Rock should not be far away from that.
flood, open. Track, open. Under ED logic, correction, under ED logic.
I mean, there's a bunch of really, really tiny hills there, but
Engine
I don't
override,
know.
open. Under ECS, suit flow control, open.
No, there's a mildly more interesting landscape here.
Com, display, open.
Welcome back, bowling.
VHF-A, transmitter, open. VHF-B, receiver, open. Under ECS, display, that's crew option. Last row, under EPS, inverter 2, open. Over.
Okay, in the last 3 rows, we have flood and track circuit breakers, row 2 open, logic power B open, G10 engine override open, suit flow control open. The 3rd row display open, VHF-A and VHF
Massive second stage engines.
VHF-B receiver open.
So on your 10-meter wide second stage, it's not SRBs? I thought you said it was all SRBs.
Under EPS will be open.
Roger, that's a good readback. Under that ECS display, it shows it closed. If with it closed, you can have some readout of onboard readout of your ECS
SRBs,
system.
okay. Well, normally we don't call SRBs
A
engines.
lot less than a half amp, so it's up to you whether you want it or not. Okay, on page
So it's
28,
basically the center bit of your first stage copied onto the second
28.
stage, isn't it?
Perform step 4 with the following changes in the warning light status. under the warning lights, you will have ascent pressure and an LGC light. Scratch RCS-A and RCS-B red.
And then you have one of those as your third stage?
Under caution lights,
Or something like that?
preamps light, over.
Or have I seen this story before?
Under warning, we'll have ascent pressure at LGC, and under caution, we'll have a preamp.
Affirmative. Under VHF/S-band activation and checkout, scratch step 1. Under step 2, change down voice backup to voice. Scratch step 3. Under pings, turn on. Scratch.
Basically 1 hour
procedure.
left.
Under DAP set, gimbal drive. Scratch. Entire procedure. Over.
Well,
Okay,
maybe we don't. I mean,
Under VHF S-band activation
the
and checkout,
navigation
scratch
information
step
on
1.
this screen is not quite jiving with what I've got on that screen right now. Because that screen says that I'm to the left of the track, and this screen says I'm to the right of the track.
The entire remaining of that page, over.
I guess I'll stay in the middle.
Affirmative, Jim. Going on to page 29.
The wind is just directly at my tail, 36 knots, so it's not the wind's fault that there's any discrepancy.
6 or 7 liner, and I'll try to go
One massive
fairly
SRB for the
slowly,
third stage. Well,
and,
there you go.
let
I guess
you,
right.
Write it down if you're ready to copy, over.
Typical, but it's a different height somehow.
Okay, at this point, we'd like you to verify RCS heaters.
I thought you were using
and auto
Methalox earlier,
for
but
15
now you've got this SRB monstrosity.
Is that the first step, Charlie?
That's affirmative. What we're trying to do here is we're getting you set up in an attitude so you can damp your rates and come out of BTC. And this is the configuration. I'm reading you now in the next 6 lines of procedure for getting you into configuration to damp the rates and stop BTC, over.
Okay, so the first thing will be to go to auto on the RCS system A and B.
It's to verify that the heaters have been in auto for 15 minutes. Back on the first page of this procedure, you put the heaters in auto and you push the breakers in, and we'd like for them to warm up and watch for 15 minutes before we start to stop at BTC. Over.
Talking to you here about what preliminary indication.
Roger, verify heaters RCS on for 15 minutes.
Okay, step 2. Balance couple off. Dead band.
Go ahead.
Minimum.
Right now, I'm beginning to believe that
Attitude.
not a valid temperature.
Control.
Not over 10.
Okay.
And roll.
Seems like you need a lot of nose cones for this thing.
Yaw to direct.
Oh, you got 7 small SRBs on the fourth stage. Okay.
Take 145 degrees for that thing to close that way for the thermal way.
At hold.
And
Guidance
so what I'm
control.
supposed to do here is leave it off at probably another 45 minutes.
To ags.
Total about an hour. Leave it off, let it cool way down. So it should cool, then we'll put it back on.
Damp.
And if
Rates.
we get the overtemp condition
Pitch and
again,
roll with the TCA.
most probably we'll conclude that
Yaw
it's invalid.
with the ACA. With the earth in the front window. Over.
Oh, and flight, go ahead. The flight might like to know that we can even make the reentry.
I don't know, those SRBs, I mean, it depends on what bowling is lifting, but those SRBs might be really weak. I mean, might be really inefficient. Who knows? Earth is big, I mean, look how it is in Flight Sim, it's huge. Takes forever. How long have we been flying this thing?
Attitude control, pitch and yaw pole.
68 hours.
Road control will be in ag at home. Guidance
So I've flown this thing for 68 hours. And pretty much all of that was on this round the world flight.
and we'll probably have to add some reference points. So I'll have to try and stop on the Earth over.
I don't know about these stages, though, Bowling. These are very suspicious stages.
Coming through the window, and if that's true, then we'd like you to have to just damp the rate.
Well, escaping the solar system isn't a whole lot more than just getting to orbit around Earth. Escape, by the way, for those who don't know this little trick, I guess I'll mention it. Escape is always the square root of 2 times orbital velocity. So if your orbital velocity is 7.8 kilometers per second, escape is just square root of 2 times that, or 1.41 times that. So it's always 41% more than orbital velocity. Doesn't matter which body it is. Well, going straight up ain't the easiest way of doing it, but it still doesn't matter as far as total speed is concerned. You don't normally want to go straight up because then you're fighting gravity the whole time.
Scratch. Step 3. Scratch. Under Ags, activation. 1 change. Add a step. First step will be verify ASA CB 16 in for 10 minutes. The rest of the AGS activation is as printed. Over.
Okay, verify ASA.
I also often use the escape velocity as an estimate for how much delta V would take to land on something. Because it's 1.4 times the orbital velocity.
So. On the circuit breaker activation page, Jim. So by the time we get here and have the rates all damped, we feel that the PIPAs will be up to temperature by this time, and we can go ahead and turn the AGS on at this time. Over. But we just want you to verify that.
Okay, one other question, Charlie. I'd like to know if the notes you gave me about damping the rate.
Well, I do think it's a little bit overkill. A little bit. Have you ever watched my Juno New Origins videos, Bowling? I get the feeling that's a no.
Let's put it in to right before the AGS activation. The other procedure on the
Hopefully
top
it's
of
a
the
very
page belongs
heavy
to the
battery
tab,
tank.
Set gimbal trim, and we're just omitting all of that procedure. So the addition that on the damping the rate should really go in right before the AGS activation.
Yeah,
Over.
probably would be a good idea. But maybe you just want big rockets, I don't
What
know.
we're really trying to do is get you in a posture so that when you see the Earth come through the window, you can damp her out and hold the Earth in the window. Proceeding on to the rest of page 29 under RCS press, scratch the entire 3 steps as printed. On page 30, scratch step
We are
4
approaching
under the
the
RCS press. Over.
town or city of North Platte. I assume that means that the river there will be the North Platte River, one would hope.
I included that step on the ASA trigger breaker, and we'll do steps 1 and 200.
275 kilowatts is not a way to measure a battery capacity as far as I know. That is a way to measure flow. But then again, Juno's a little bit weird.
Line 1, scratch. Line 4, descent helium reg 1, talkback barber pole. Under step 2, scratch. Step
Capacity
3,
should have some time
scratch.
associated with it, like hours.
Landing gear
So you could
deployed.
say kilowatt
Scratch.
hours.
Over.
Okay, under tip press, scratch the first line, and we'll the descent helium rig talk back to Barber Pole. We'll scratch steps 2 and 3, and we'll scratch the landing gear to place.
Raj, now we got on the back of page 30, Jim, you got a blank page in your checklist, or should have, and we'd like to add a procedure to get you to burn attitude. Over.
Okay, a procedure to get to burn attitude.
Okay. First statement is a statement: verify AGS and operate for 5 minutes. Then we go to AGS address 400 plus 5. Then 400 plus 0. Attitude control.
What?
Pitch and roll. To pulse.
Did everything explode? Well, that's not Kerbal. Even though you've strapped 19 SRBs together, in Juno that won't explode.
Maneuver.
In Kerbal it probably would.
TTCA.
Not going up, huh? Well, you should look at the numbers.
Pitch and roll.
How does 19 SRBs not lift when it's carrying a tiny little probe?
Yaw, but you
Good
can
question.
override with ACA.
Just out of curiosity, how much delta V does this thing have?
You with me? Over.
Maybe I should do a Juno tutorial. Actually, but the Juno people tend to be even more exacting and demanding.
To 0 air needles.
17.6 kilometers per second. Well, that at least sounds about right considering what you've got there.
Set event timer, and we'll give you a countdown on that when you get to that step. Over.
Well, you can always make a new engine, Sheebs. BE3U is not that bad.
Okay, what an attitude, AC on the D10, all needles, and set BET.
Are you sure you don't want to play Kerbal Bowling?
Will be coming up on a pad, but basically we're looking for a local horizontal retrograde burn, which means using a coas. If you put the horizontal line on the coas on the horns of the Earth, and
I didn't know Earth had horns.
Roll to place the x-axis in the direction of the sun, we'll that will put us in burn attitude, and you can check that via the sun, which will be in the AOT D10-2. Should lie right along the cursor at the top. We'll have some more words on that for you momentarily. Now I'd like to go on to page 31 if you're ready. Over.
No, playing Juno every now and again is fine, Sheebs.
Okay, I think I have a handle on the attitude, the way the Earth should look at the coas, and you're going to give me some words of what the sun would look like in the AOT, is that right?
That's affirmative, Jim. We haven't got a picture of it yet. It's going to be in
43. You know, if they're the same SRBs and they didn't lift in the first place, they probably won't lift now.
The top of D10-2 in the top part of the AOT, and it should, in attitude, if you're right on, the sun should split the cursor. Though that roll angle is not too critical. If we're in about 10 degrees, we'll be okay. But I think we think you should be able to get it better than that. On page 31,
I mean, it didn't sound like they had a good thrust to weight ratio to begin with.
You can scratch the
2.1?
part start below the
is that at sea level or is that at vacuum? Because, yeah, I don't know what you're doing bowling. It sounds like a mess to me, but
Understand,
anyway.
the bottom part underneath the diagram because the gimbal is locked.
That's affirmative, and since the gimbal was trimmed out at the big burn yesterday, we should be still through the CG, and we'd like to make sure that Jack sits in the same place for this burn that he did yesterday, and that way you should have no trouble controlling attitude. Now I'm ready to go over to page 32, over.
Okay, let me see if I have that right.
I can't understand.
Same attitude, so that the gimbal's in the same place, so we don't have trouble controlling attitude.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Now page 32, top of the page, first line, scratch, verb 76. Third line, mode control.
Nebraska has a lot of this kind of terrain, apparently. Very
at -6
rough
minutes.
looking.
Scratch. Lines 1, 2.
I thought they had more farmland out here, but apparently not.
Scratch. Verb 40, noun 20. Scratch. Lines 2, 3, and 4. Now, at burn attitude, we want you to do a 400.
What are they using all this for, anyway?
And then a 400 plus 0.
Anyway, that's North Platte.
And we have
And that's North Platte town / city.
Caution note at this point, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, the caution is after.
Guess it's all ranch land?
0,
Maybe.
do not go out of detent on ACA again, over.
Okay, that's the last 400 plus 0 do not go off of D10 with ACA, is that correct?
Yeah, that's the kind of field that makes irrigation simple because they just have a irrigation thing that spins around. It just goes around in the circle, spraying water at the plants.
At this point, we're controlling attitude with the DTCA. Now, picking up with the verb 37 enter, scratch.
Sort of a low maintenance kind of irrigation.
Everything down to the 404 plus 0. And we want you to perform those ag steps with 404 down through 470, over.
Okay, we'll scratch everything down to 404 plus 0 and we'll perform those 4 steps.
Raj, turning over to page 33, -4 minutes. Okay, moving down the page, it's about line 7 to engine gimbal. Engine gimbal off. Down to mode control. Make that read mode control ags at hole. And then scratch propellant quantity monitor descent 1. Over.
Okay, at 4 minutes, engine gimbal will be off. Mode control will be to ag at hole. Propellant quantity monitor descent 1 scratch.
Raj, picking up at -1 minute. Scratch, master arm on. -35 seconds. Scratch, first 2 lines. At -10 seconds, change that to -9 seconds. So at -9 seconds, it will be manual ullage. At 2 seconds, scratch CMC mode free and scratch ACA out of D10. After ignition at +1 second, terminate ullage.
It's getting awful noisy.
Are you with
down
me,
there in
over?
the trink. Find it down low. We'll keep it down, buddy.
Okay, in 1 minute, master arm, he's scratched. In 35 seconds, scratch the first 2 lines.
About 49 more minutes.
We're scratching the box in 0.2 seconds, and the line beneath that. At +1 second, you terminate.
About 31 more minutes until descent.
That's firm. Picking up at +5 seconds, scratch the rest of the page. TTCA, attitude control, and master arm off. Over.
Scratch the remainder of the page.
Okay, now I'd like to verify that under the 35 seconds, minus 35 seconds, the only thing you have remaining is engine arm to descent. Over.
That's affirmed. That's the only thing I have.
Okay, turning to the next page and the last page, Jim. 34. Top of the page, monitor Delta VX via 470. Scratch next 2 lines when propellant quantity equal 37 and the decent helium reg. Scratch TTCA commander, reduced to 10%. Now we want you to add a line, it's a shutdown criteria, shutdown on burn time,
Well, I think
minus 1 second.
we've heard enough of the technical stuff. There's a little bit further on talking about crew comfort, so we'll jump to that bit, I think. There's still technical stuff going on, though.
CM RCS injector temperature 5 Charlie 4.5. 5 dog.
Rough Saturn transfer stage.
6 alpha 4.0.
Not elegant. How can a Saturn transfer stage not be elegant?
4.6.
Oh, Jupiter gravity assists are so troublesome. I mean, to get a Jupiter gravity assist to Saturn, the timing has, there's only a few years out of every 28, or is it every 12? A few years out of every 12 that works. Like,
Okay, Jack, we got it. Thank you very much.
maybe 2 or 3 years out of every 12 years.
Okay, how does telemetry look on our on the old Odyssey?
It
Seem to be right on the border between farmland and not farmland right here.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
You bet.
what on earth have you done? That's an interesting stage you've got there.
How does it feel, Jack?
Why is it a big sphere? There's 2 propellants, right? You're still doing hydrolocks, right?
I don't know whether we'll be able to sleep up there tonight.
A sphere only makes sense if there's only 1 propellant.
35 or 40 degrees.
Or
Right, that's what I was
you could
wondering.
have 2 spheres.
Right now, we're getting 2 sets of BWGs on.
But just 1 sphere is very suspicious. Oh, well, no, I didn't want to go back. Ah, no. Oops, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. No, go back to where I was. Looks cool. Shocking. But realisms,
Okay, Jack, we
no.
got it. Thank you very much.
You could have 2 cylinders, like those ships I've been using on the far future stuff. You know, we've got lots of spheres. I mean,
Looks pretty good.
lots of spheres. Balls all the way. All balls,
You bet.
as they say.
How does it feel, Jack?
I tell you, Deke, it's cold up in there. I don't know whether we'll be able to sleep up there tonight. It must be about 35 or 40 degrees.
Right, that's what I was worried about.
Right now, we're getting 2 sets of CWTs on. It's not uncomfortable at all in Aquarius, but it definitely is cold in Odyssey.
Roger.
Looks like, yeah, he's telling me, looks like that it's all stabilized, all the temps are stabilized now at 52, is that right? Ecom? Ecom? Ecom flight? Flight, huh? Looks to me like everything's stabilized in the low 50s.
Well, just in case it's not clear, all balls was the way that they read up 00000 when they had to enter it into the computer, so it's an Apollo reference too. Whole deal is only 51 tons. Oh, okay.
Flight, huh? So, like to confirm that he didn't leave his,
Oh, so you're only sending a little probe out there.
his onboard selectable meter in the pyro band 8 to be your C position. What do you want to do? In the main position. Either main. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably not bad.
Ah, well, that is a downside of using spheres instead of cylinders. You're not really using your volume very well. 14 meters. Yeah, that's not a good sphere. See, now you really ought to use 2 spheres. Then it'll be better. Marginally. Slightly, actually. Because, you know, if you're actually doing oxygen in one and hydrogen in the other, the oxygen doesn't actually take up that much.
Will be about 35 down. Instead of 106.
So your attempt to make it look good with a sphere ends up making it look bad on top of the rocket. Alas.
Roger. What kind of helium profile do you expect to see?
It doesn't look that good. There are ways of making it look better.
Doing the whole thing of blowdown. So you just won't get much soak back, huh? They'll get a little bit, but not very much.
And really, launch is what people see. So...
Could somebody, either you guys or span people, get us a drawing of what that helium vent looks like and where it's located?
Well, 2 balls are better than 1.
Okay, Capcom, one of the things we need to do is we get the power and circulator open. In fact, we ought to go ahead and do that now. It's going to be technically
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, 2 items. In the command module, we wish to verify that the pyro battery selector was left in the main position. And we're ready to have the power amp circuit breaker.
You weren't going for efficiency? Well, then you should really go for the bowling method in that case. Where's your 19 SRBs? Anything short of 19S or 43, whatever it ended up being. Anything short of that, then you're clearly going for efficiency. Now, what do we have here? Kearney, Nebraska, with Interstate 80 through it. Well, Interstate 80 Alt, it says. Don't know why there's an Interstate 80 Alt, but...
Fred just tells me that he put it there, and we're checking that again about the pyro battery selector in the main position.
Well, apparently it isn't capable enough to handle that, because it didn't get off the ground by more than an inch, so... we're not clear that the phone can handle that. But then again, Juno tends to have like no lag when it comes to parts anyway. Makes you wonder about the physics sometimes, but that is how it is.
Capcom Plus? No. Another good thing, I think, for an having to ask Jack if he has any idea what the problem was with the main buffer valve. Okay, let me cover that one the next time. Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up now. Just next time.
Well, 20 minutes till we get to descent. It's still 14 meters. It's gonna be horrible at the top of SLS. It's gonna be painful to look at. Meanwhile, in the Discord, JM is trying to think about how a steam turbine would work in space. And is this like the water power rocket kind of thing? I mean, what are we talking about with steam turbine? I mean, why wouldn't that just be nuclear at that point? If I want to move steam around, I want nuclear. No, it seems like JM is talking about nuclear. But we've already had nuclear reactors in space, so shouldn't this be an answered question? I'll just... Oh, the Kerbal Engineer readout lied to you. 6.5 meters wide, that's basically the same as the pair. Basically, you've remade the pair, but without a nuclear engine. Why aren't you using a nuclear engine? Well, I'll jump to where they do the burn.
Flight final. Go ahead. Okay, the first chance you get, I think we'd like to conference in control on this ag thing, make sure we all know what we're going to do. Okay. I guess the point to bring up is the guidance point. That is that once you align the ag, it's going to start counting. Okay? And there's, when they go in there,
2 week. Well, I see you're not using Pekka's plugin.
Delta V. And whatever delta V has accumulated at SIG will essentially get an error in the burn if it's through trim. So we'll have to do some arithmetic down here, and we don't think there's any problem. But we can see this 400 registered 470 at ignition, and we'll take that into account, and then when we tell them to trim, we'll tell them what to trim to. Okay? Okay? And if control agrees with that, I think we can do it down here without not any problem. I can remember those. Okay. Like that. Okay. The other thing
I don't know exactly the logic about where they decide to put the video clips, because they're not exactly at the right time, but I guess they're at about the right time here, as best as you could get them.
Almost identical burn time. And with control getting,
but it is obviously, these clips are not in sync with the audio, of course.
During the burn, I think maybe this 2 is too big. Well, I don't know.
The video and audio is from ApolloInRealTime.org.
I don't know much about DEPAs and that kind of thing. I don't think 1 sounds unreasonable either. But that would be essentially a 2-second burn deviation in either direction. Okay, let's make it 1. Okay. Control?
How about if you do a...
That's fine. How about if you do a 404 plus all 0? Say again, Jack. 470.
Negative on my last, Fred.
Say it again, Capcom. What if you do a 404 plus all 0 just before the burn? Want that 0 up 470? That's affirmative. Okay, Jack, I did read now. Let's do it. That procedure.
Welcome back, Bowling.
It's not in the procedure.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Oh, okay, I thought you called, Jack. We're maneuvering around here to fish for the Earth.
Looking to land before the sun sets on me.
That's 4 minutes burn burning. Yeah, it's about there. It'd sure be nice to get it closer. Why don't we just do the math? Okay. We don't have to change the checklist. It's not as easy, but yeah, we can do it, no problem down here. We got a lot more guys than they do.
So the burn they're trying to do is the one that will get them on the right timing for descent.
Go ahead. Okay, and I guess the last point here is that if we and greater than 1, Aquarius has the ASA package template now. You got on that spot? ASA package template. 93. Okay, we'd like to see it up around where 110, 15. No? Yep, final temperature right side, please higher than 150. So we want to see it around 150.
Okay, Fred, the ASA package temp is looking good. It's around 98 degrees, and we'd like to see it go up about 15 to 20 degrees.
Okay, why don't you give me the word before I proceed with the eggs? We really don't need it right this instant. Okay, we'll do that.
Roger, we'll be watching it.
Fine, fine. Go find out. Okay, to finish this thing out then, if we do see the eggs, is what we call no-go and outside our 1 foot per second tolerance. We'll give him a go for 2 seconds plus XRTS. Call it a day. Right. Okay? Great.
Nope, they've gone quiet suddenly. Let me skip ahead a bit.
Right.
Okay, Houston, we have our attitude set.
Very good.
Roger, Jim.
I hope the guys in the back room will thought they're separate. Say what they're saying.
And I'm looking through the AOC there, Jack, and the sun's right at the top, and it's about maybe 2 degrees to the right of the cursor, so that looks real good.
Roger, good going.
Oh, if you want to hear keyboard ASMR, I could go at it. I've got lots of stuff to type. Yes, I know Dream Chaser.
Everybody happy with the attitude flight?
We can only tell you MCP is. We can't rate it except when it's all real. But yes.
Right,
There was another bit of ASMR as I gulped down water.
Fido flight. Go flight. Any reason we shouldn't go ahead and do this thing? No, not at all. As soon as he's happy and we're ready. Okay, Capcom, let's tell him just to proceed at his pace. We can go ahead and do it early. Control, tell me we're going to do it early. Roger. Copy.
Okay, Boreas, attitude looks good here, and your choice when you want to start the burn.
This is one of those doesn't need to be at a precise time kind of burns.
We're counting down, aren't we, or do you want us to start anytime?
You can go anytime you want to.
Your choice.
You guys are getting easy.
It's not time critical, Jim.
I understand.
Even they have non-time critical burns. Until landing, I mean, it takes a little bit of time. We'll call it half an hour. We're gonna start descent in 9 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember, Sheebs, what I said. Thermionic generators. Well, they certainly don't seem very efficient.
Flight Fighter, go ahead. It'd sure help us down here if you'd give us a mark before we hit that LH button. You know, like a couple of seconds. Okay, Captain, I'll look at the edge and give us a mark when we're ready to LH.
I just told you, Bowling, about half an hour when I said, and now it's 5 minutes till I start descent, so maybe 24 minutes till landing.
I'll give you a hack here at 2 minutes to go.
Sun is really heading down quickly, though.
Okay. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, mark it. 3 minutes to go. Correction, 2 minutes to go, Jack.
Roger, 2 minutes, we got it.
Let's get the engine gimbal switch off. Engine gimbal switch off. That comes.
Aquarius Houston, check engine gimbal off, please.
It's verified off.
Are those wind turbines or something else? I think they're wind turbines. Sorry, Bowling, you'll just have to find out. It's now in suspense point. It'll come as a surprise.
And mark it. 1 minute.
Roger, Fred.
And a limit to how many times I've got to repeat something.
Engine on the descent.
I'm at low throttle point. Okay,
I'll let
second. I'll let
We're currently going 332 knots ground speed.
Ignition.
That's roughly 380 miles an hour.
thrust looks good.
Slow build up. Shut down.
Shut down.
470.
Roger, will you copy 7.4?
Okay, side out.
Roger, 7.4, and I had about 210, Sean, I guess, when we started.
Go. We need...
Roger, we verify that.
That's good. Positive grade fine. Okay, turn it to 7.6. That'll be... Roger, fine. 7.6.
Okay, Aquarius, trim it to 7.6.
Okay, you want Flex now to get 7.6, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
We should be 7.8. Right. So. Vernon.
Okay, you're looking at it, Houston.
Beautiful. Looks good.
Okay, looks good. Nice work.
Okay.
Let's hope it was.
Just one big haze out there now.
Okay, Capcom, he can go on and
Nope, not zero.
secured, and then go ahead and establish PTC when he's ready.
Okay, Aquarius, we're ready to follow you through on setting up PTC and power down. Your choice.
Okay, descent.
Okay, okay, we're pressing into getting PTC established right now.
Well, now we've got a crosswind, well, at least in this direction. Nope, they've gone quiet again. Nope, I'll jump to the next change of... oh, no, that's not one. It fooled me. I thought there was another press conference there.
Okay, Capcom flight. I don't think we got to tell them right now, Jack, but one of the events that is going to occur that we'll try to give them some lead time on. After they get PTC established, they're going to vent this sheet sometime later. We'll tell them when they're in the range of the burst disk. But there's quite a lot of uncertainty there where it's likely to vent. So we'll just kind of tell them from here on, you can expect the sheet at any time.
Well, we'll hear when the supercritical helium burst disk bursts. How about that?
I would like to cover again the procedures which we mentioned have been worked out in the event that the burst disk does not rupture, as it is expected to do. The burst disk, of course, is in there to relieve pressure on the tank, on the supercritical helium tank. When the pressure gets above certain specified limits, the disk is designed to rupture between 1,881 pounds per square inch and 1,970 pounds per square inch. In the event the disk does not rupture, Flight Director Milton Windler and his flight controllers worked out a procedure that would be followed to relieve the pressure on the tank.
In all flight sim games, I have no idea.
And we see the pressure
Lots.
dropping this time. The control officer reports that the burst disk has ruptured. We just, as we're making this announcement, anything?
I mean, I've been playing flight sim for more than 30 years, so I currently have 500 hours according to Steam in Flight Sim 2024 and 1,847 hours in Flight Sim 2020. So that's not actually flying, of course, but so that's just 2,300 in those two.
Okay, she's going down.
But then I played plenty of other flight sims before that.
Control, what did it...
I had more time when I was younger.
Yeah, we got pretty fast yaw distance, Jack. What are your plans?
We're thinking about it right now. Did you say it yawed some?
Yeah, I was in a right yaw, and now I'm in a left yaw. At a much faster rate than the one we put in CCC.
Okay, Jim, we're talking it over. Stand by.
He's saying he's talking about limb yaw now, right? It's incredible, isn't it? It stopped the motion and reversed the motion. That's what he's saying.
While we're waiting for conversation to resume between the Capcom and Jim Lovell aboard Aquarius.
No, I'm not wonderful at heights to begin with, and it just costs a lot. So, and I like jumping from plane to plane too. So I like flying a variety of planes, which is not really how real-life pilots work. I like flight testing planes. There might have been a time for that, but not these days so much.
Reversed your yaw. Is that affirmative?
I sure did, Jack. I reversed my yaw completely and put in a little pitch, I think.
Like that. So you can pick it up on the balcony there. So the text is kind of okay, and Capcom.
More than anything, I reversed my yaw.
Roger, have you effectively established PTC in the opposite direction then?
RS-25D or E, Sheebs. Then baseline, no fancy nozzle. They've really done some interesting things with the RS-25s there.
Perhaps you can tell how fast I'm having to shift omnis.
Yeah, we can tell the comm cycling back and forth.
Give us a reading on that endo. Can you get...
Why, what does it say, Sheebs? It probably is lying. Usually does, but...
Right, I'd hate to see a propulsive one.
Auto flight, go fly. Could you do something about coming
are you seeing fewer sparklies?
They were expecting that the helium burstless would not be propulsive, but it ended up being propulsive.
Is that the whole stack? You had to stack?
Seems a little low, Sheebs. You need to put more boosters on then.
That gave me reverse yaw and a little left roll. That might would have what it gave me.
You say you think it might have
Soon, bowling soon. Trademark.
I'm sure it gave me the yaw, Jack. I'm not too sure what else I'm with it.
see what happens for a little while before we make a recommendation. However, we'll need some inputs from you on that.
Well, we're at no,
Just barely gonna beat out nighttime, perhaps.
as far as the yaw goes, everything's fine. It's faster than we had set up before. As long as we get the proper thermal constraints and of course the biggest 50 minutes to get the pressures up anyway.
We don't expect any thermal problems here at time.
Yes, yes, the Monument launcher to launch a tiny, tiny, tiny probe to escape velocity, right.
We'll be watching the comm sequence, and we have no difficulties with the communication.
It's a rocket that's designed to launch a fully fueled Saturn V to orbit.
Okay, Skipper, we don't see any thermal problems as a result of this change.
In other words, 3,000
We
tons
see
to
some
orbit.
communications problems. We may have to do something different, but so far so good. And we'd kind of like to hear from you on LPD numbers if you get anything going by the window.
Okay, will do.
Sunset's definitely creeping up on me. No, Sea Dragon is smaller. And how dare you?
Okay, Jack, the Earth just went through at an LPD of 26 degrees.
Okay, the Earth went through at 26 degrees, going the opposite direction this time, left to right, is that right?
From left to right. That's the
Again, you can feel free to watch my videos on YouTube, Bowling. Look up Monument, I suppose.
Okay, the whole stack was set up in a kind of a wobbling CTC, and what I like to think of as a rolling motion. And he's saying that this impulse stops it and sends it in the other direction.
Change in your velocities by hand or belt to be imparted, and we'll have to look at that for a while before we are able to determine it.
Okay, we'll come up with that, and I'll try to
If there is no significant change, why we prefer just to leave it the way it is.
Row rated command still accomplished CTC.
Okay, Jack, we're going to get a time on a revolution here, and maybe that'll help you out.
Right, and for your information, the tank went at 1,937.
0.2 degrees per second flight. 0.2 degrees per second. Before the non-propulsive event. It was what? 0.2 degrees per second. About 18 minutes to rest.
Uh-huh. Bowling is like going for the Atlantis Mini Prize here.
Okay, Jack, the Earth went through again at 18 degrees on the LPD.
Okay, Earth at 18, thank you.
Okay, and
Well, we can see the Missouri River there. Yeah, I made those just their structural mass instead of like all the soil and trees and such. Actually, that launches less than the Monument rocket because but it has to be bulky stuff, so that's why.
Okay, check. The moon went through that time at 32 degrees on the LPD.
They carry more in bulk, but they don't in mass. Okay, we have an ILS.
Hey, control flight.
Go ahead, flat.
Okay, you're off the hook on that procedure for 109.30.
Right.
Okay, see you, Bowling. Okay, see you, Sheebs. Thanks for joining. Oh, they've discovered an interesting sound there.
Okay, check. We didn't get the Earth that time. The moon came back through at about 10 degrees, and now we're getting the Earth again. Stand by.
What kind of rate do you have there, Go? Now.
Initial hack looks pretty fast. About a rev every minute, 40 seconds. But we're taking another hack on that.
Rev every what minute? How many?
40 seconds. 3.6 views per second. But, I'm not absolutely sure. We're going to take another hack.
3.6 views per second?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, the Earth came through the LPD at 62 degrees that time.
The Earth moving pretty fast.
For the 2 revolutions, I missed the Earth revolution before. Total time for the Earth for 2 revolutions is 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Say again the time and also the LPD number. You're in the background noise, Jack.
Okay, Jack. LPD that time was 62 degrees. That was for 2 revolutions. Because we missed the Earth at the time before. We didn't see it. And the time was 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Is that rate uncomfortable for you?
Okay, I'm gonna lower some flaps and Canard will move forward.
Jack, Tim said it isn't uncomfortable. It's a little annoying for the Omni clicking, and also it's kind of maybe a through relationship kind of inconsistent. You never know when it's going to come out all the time.
Roger.
It's not so fast.
Okay with that, first time that way.
We're going to be at like all the time.
Echo flight. Okay, we're talking here about just letting you stay on the same Omni all the time. Just losing data half the time. That's all right, maybe I would control and tell them. Yeah, what Omni would you suggest? Does it make any difference? No. Yes, both of them are holding equally well? Seems to. Control and go. Tell me, I mean. Tell me. Go ahead. Y'all have any objections to having this? We're on a rate here that will give us, we're on about a 1.5 to 2 minutes per revolution cycle here, and we're proposing to just leave one antenna on so that you have data for half that time. That often, I think this problem is already. How often is the revolution? About 2 minutes per revolution, so you have data for minutes. How long is it there? 15 times. Okay, let's try that. Deviate from that, we'll think that it's fine. Probably one to get a better time. No, we don't think it is. Sliding, so we'll try to get a half of the selection, and if we're losing more than a minute of data per 2 minutes, we'll select the other. Yeah, let's try to that's otherwise, that's probably one better. What you can tell the max TV signal strength the same on both antennas?
One left. That should be the one I've got the ILS on.
I know that. You don't know which is which, but when you select one. I know you don't know that either. I'll be able to tell you whether we're getting more than 50% of data or not. No, that's not the question. The question at hand is that you sit there and watch it. You can tell each one from one antenna to the other antenna and figure out what. Okay, is there any difference in signal strength levels on those two antennas, whichever ones they are? No. See, no difference. How about
okay, Jack, we've had a master alarm and we've got a battery light flickering.
They've got master alarm and a battery light flicking. Great.
What battery?
It's a spurious battery alarm, but they can't have liked that.
The light doesn't go. You need to use a temp monitor switch, twist it around until the light goes out. Comes on. Tell which battery is getting at it now. Okay. Is level up?
Query yourself a second on the power temp monitor, find out which battery it is, please.
Yeah, that should work, Joe.
You understand the question that I'm asking about development?
Okay, that's the same old print, Jack, but that's it.
That would be handy, like the high bit rate. So what we need to do is get high bit rate Capcom, Inco.
Okay, Fred, I can hear you now. Say again, please.
Inco plus.
Okay, it's the same old one. The only light I get is from the bat too.
Good there to power amp on for high bit rate. Battery's good. Got all it is to it, turn the power amp on to it, got a high bit rate. We'll go up a couple of amps. So, is that right? Yeah, 3 amps. So is that going to tell me flight? Tell me flight? Go ahead, flight. See the column, give it extra 3 amps. No. Okay, once you get it, got a high bit rate.
Oh, there's our airport.
Okay, Brett, we copy sample Brent battery 2. Can you give us high bit rate for a while, please?
So, I just know that pushing that primary power circumnavigation is going to get that. Yeah, we need to get the right.
Aquarius Houston, high bit rate, please.
Okay, to do that.
Basically, over 4-hour flight. We're at 3 hours and 55 minutes right now.
We got it.
Our instrumentation and communications officer
Okay, fly, we
reports
can
we
high
have
bit
high
rate.
bit rate now. We're taking a look at the battery here in mission control to
Battery
see if
2,
we see anything unusual.
like it's still got the mal there. It probably could be that
Battery
it's
2
that
earlier
whatever
in
caused it to
earlier
go on the first
yesterday.
on in the first place. Thermal switch is maybe shut
Caused
and
the
then
master alarm to go off.
open
We
and
took
then
a look
reshut
at it
again.
at the time and could see nothing wrong with it. The battery was put back on the line. And at the time it was felt that the problem was a sensor problem.
Well, what do you want to do here?
Okay, time to take it off.
Gradually been going down. It might indicate glycol temp. Glycol temp is stable, very stable. Hasn't changed at all. This looks very, very similar to what I understand happened the first time. Except it stayed on. Well, okay. Yeah, and it's staying on right now. It just went on. Yeah. Okay. Do you need to continue getting high bit rate here? Negative. Well, it's not costing us a whole lot. You sure? Yeah, I think it looks all right. Okay, info flight. You don't care which arm. Negative, right? Tell me your flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, now you're completely satisfied with your observations on battery 2. That's correct.
Tell me what it's doing.
It's a constant mal we have right now. The voltage looks nominal. The current looks nominal. Your best guess is that that probably the overtemperature relay one of the contacts opened up and reset itself, and then it closed again. Yes, that's correct. No malfunction indicating configuration. That's correct. These are bimetallic switches. The battery looks like it's doing fine. That's correct.
And they're going to a malfunction. Caution warning of it.
Caution warning is they should have a battery light and it'll stay on.
Okay, and so what that means is subsequent failures will not be.
That's right. That's the configuration they've been in now for some hours. That's correct.
The battery light was on.
Yes, it has been on. And they might see that it went off. So obviously battery 2 got reset somewhere or another, and then it came back on. So why do you say it went off? Otherwise, it would not have gotten a master alarm again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you think, but you don't know that it went off. So you have no positive. I did not see it go off. That's correct. In fact, we might ask the crew if they can remember did the battery now light go off.
Looks to me like what happened was that the last time it reset itself and went off. This time it's staying on. So the thermal switch is probably down to 2 now. Whereas before it was just a momentary thing.
No, before it's been on for a long time. It went on and stayed on some hours ago. Yes, and then just recently, he got the master alarm there. Apparently it cycled again or something. Also, the battery was turned off for about an hour to allow it to cool down, and it stayed on. The mal stayed on, indicating that it probably wasn't really a temperature problem, but a sensor problem. Is that right, John? That's correct, Mike.
You keep the battery on the line?
Yes. Yes, we want to keep it online.
Okay, that's the current stuff. He's got the battery still on.
Okay, so he can go on back down to low.
Okay, a little bit harder than usual.
Gun look the battery, and if he wants to, he can select either one of the omnis and just stay on one, and we'll accept the 50% duty cycle on the instrumentation.
Okay, did we pick one that was better than another?
No, we can see no difference.
Okay.
And the power amp off. Power amp off. And voice backup.
Okay, well I'm just gonna pick a parking spot.
You'll sort of give us all that.
Don't have any special scenery for Kansas City International, that's for sure.
Rate, power amp off, and down voice backup now. Voltages and currents look normal on battery.
Oh, this area here seems reasonably empty.
Ignore the battery light.
Okay, Jack. Power amp off. Back to low bit rate. And I'll go back to sleep.
Go back to sleep.
The battery light staying on.
Okay, I'm just gonna park over here.
Yeah, we got a steady on bat 2, bat fault light, and the battery caution light.
Okay, and is the skipper in
We
the
have
sag?
arrived in Kansas City, and the next flight should be to Cape Canaveral.
Say again?
And they're still troubleshooting things that aren't even trouble, because it's just a spurious battery alarm. But yeah, but they've got other problems, and we'll hear how they get back next time. So I'm gonna pause the Apollo 13 audio, and with that, thank you for watching, and I'll see you folks next time.